graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What is going on, Chad? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. How is everybody doing, man? How is everybody doing? I gotta tell you, man, the Phillies have a chance to get that bye tonight with a win and a Dodgers loss. And we'll be all here for it. So how is the schedule occurring tonight around Major League Baseball in regards to the Phillies? Okay, so here is what's going on right now. So let's go to our live stream screen and let's show you what MLB has lined up tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies' sake. All right, so obviously the game starts at 6:45. All right, so that is thing number one. The Dodgers do play the Diamondbacks at 9:40, okay? And also, the Brewers, they play the Padres at 9:40 as well. Phillies' magic number to clinch the bye is at 2 right now. So if they win tonight, and if the Dodgers lose, they will avoid the first round and will avoid the wild card series. I still don't really call it the first round. I know that's technically the first round, but they will avoid the wild card series, which I think a lot of us would agree is what is needed for this team. Okay, without Trey Turner and with the injuries that they've dealt with, I know that Trey Turner did take batting practice today, which is a very good sign. But I think that we all can agree, or most of us can agree, and say that this team could use some rest. So I think that that's what a lot of us are going to be in for. The Brewers are playing the Padres. Again, the number one seed is the Phillies really aren't out of the number one seed. It's really more about, will the Brewers continue to control their own destiny, or will it just fall? And I don't really see that happening. I really don't. Right now, as it stands, the Brewers are technically 2.5 games in front of the Phillies. And remember, it's technically 3.5 because the Brewers do own the tiebreaker. So that's really the case of what's going on for tonight. The Brewers would essentially have to lose like 3 of their next 5 games, which, again, I don't necessarily see that happening. And the Phillies, of course, would have to win their next 6 games. So, all right. But let's get on into the starting lineups for tonight's game. Please let me know what your final score predictions are down below. Do you guys see the Phillies getting the bye tonight, or do you think that they're going to have to wait another day? I think that they can do it tonight, personally. I really do. I think that they can definitely do it. Mikey Fish, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Christopher Sanchez will be going up against Edward Cabrera this evening. Edward Cabrera, 7-7 on the season with a 3.57 earned run average and 120 innings of work. He has 140 strikeouts on the season and has only given up 42 walks. Christopher Sanchez, though, is pitching for Philadelphia. 13-5 he is with a 2.66 ERA. 189 innings of work for Sanchez, and he needs 2 more strikeouts to get to 200. He's at 198. He's given up just 43 walks and 12 homers in those 190 innings of work. 189 innings to be specific. Players of the game. Comment those down below. and final score predictions too. I'm going to go Christopher Sanchez as my player of the game. I believe that he'll go 7 innings tonight, and he'll pitch a gem. 10 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, something along those lines. No walks. I think that would be magnificent. I really do. And as far as the final score prediction, I'm gonna go 7-2 Phillies. 7-2 Phillies. I'm gonna write that down as we speak. 7-2 Phillies. All right. So tonight's starting line for the Miami Marlins. And the Marlins, by the way, they've been playing really good baseball. I know that we really didn't talk much about them. They are 76-80 on the season. They've actually won their last 6 games in a row. And really, to be more exact, they've won 10 of their last 11 games. So, not going to be an easy out. They did end up beating Detroit 2 out of 3, and I know that Detroit's been struggling, but they swept the Rockies. They also took all 3 games against the Texas Rangers, who were in a playoff hunt, and now it really seems like that they're almost just about out of it. So yeah, their starting lineup will be Otto Lopez, Agustin Ramirez, Jacob Marcy, Connor Norby, and then you got Heriberto Hernandez, Xavier Edwards, Eric Wagaman, Griffin Conine, and Dane Myers. So just to recap, it's Otto Lopez over at short. By the way, yes, Xavier Edwards is in the lineup. Agustin Ramirez is batting second. So it's Otto Lopez first, Agustin Ramirez second, Jacob Marcy third, Connor Norby fourth, Heriberto Hernandez fifth, Xavier Edwards sixth, Eric Wagaman seventh, eighth is Griffin Conine, and batting ninth is Dane Myers. On the defensive side of the diamond for Philadelphia, they got JT catching. They got Christopher Sanchez on the mound. Over at first base, it'll be Otto Kemp. Then you got Wes Wilson at second. At third, it'll be Alec Bohm. The shortstop is Bryson Stott. And here we go. Sanchez comes set, kicks, fires, and the first pitch is in there for strike one as we are underway. Out in left field, it'll be Brandon Marsh. In center field, you got Harrison Bader. And the right fielder is Max Kepler. 0-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. And so the count is now 0-2. No Bryce Harper tonight for Philadelphia. According to Anthony Sanfilippo, he said that Bryce Harper is sick today. Rob did say he wasn't sure if he would be available to pinch hit tonight or not. 0-2 on the way, swing and a miss. He struck him out. All right, let's get this up and running. There it is. Cool. We'll have to move this up a little bit. Folks, don't forget to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. I will also change the scoreboard right now, too, as we speak. So, again, I apologize about that. So, one away in the top of the first. Agustin Ramirez up at the plate, and he looks at strike one on the outside corner. So, yes, what are your final score predictions? Let us know down below. Magic number for the Brewers equals 3. That is correct. So the Phillies' tragic number is 3 for the number 1 seed. Is essentially what that is. 0-1 pitch. There's strike 2. 5-2 Phillies. I'm going to go with King Kyle with 2 homers. Ooh. 5-2, says Paul. I like that. Dodgers play at 9:40 p.m. at the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah, they play at Chase Field, my friend. 0-2 on the way to Ramirez, and he chops it foul. They will do it tonight for sure, says Bruce. Sanchez is 6-0 at home. He has 9 quality starts, 13 total starts. And the 0-2 is taken outside for ball 1. He has been terrific at home this year. He has a 2.22 ERA in 85 innings at home, and he has struck out 101 batters. Opponents are batting .210 against him. Next pitch, and it's now 2 balls, 2 strikes. On the road, it's not that it's bad, but it's a 3.02 ERA, a little bit of a higher ERA. He does have more innings, 104 to be exact, and a 251 batting average against. Next pitch, that ball is fouled, and it will go on out of play. Do you care about where the Phillies end up? Do you care if it's the number 1 or the number 2 seed? Please let me know. The 2-2 pitch, and that is taken down for ball 3. Or do you not care, even if they don't get the 2 seed? Three balls, 2 strikes to Agustin Ramirez, and the next pitch, that is taken inside for ball 4. That's just the 17th batter that Sanchez has walked at the bank this year. 44 total walks allowed on the season. What else? What are some other final score predictions? What's up, Flexin? Flexin's here. What's up, Flexin? Good to see you, man. Jacob Marcy is up at the plate. And the pitch, ground ball hit over towards the right side. Wilson has it. Throws it over to shortstop for 1. The throw over to first. Nope, not in time. Just a 4-6 fielder's choice. And Marcy is over at first base. Oh, man. Long time no see, man. I know. I'm happy to see you on here, my guy. Really happy to see you on here. Still have been watching Big Sills, man. Heard they are considering using Rojas in the playoff roster and kicking off Casty, says Paul. Huh. I did not hear about that. Connor Norby comes up, and he takes ball 1. So it's 1-0. Norby batting .254 in 82 games. Does have 7 long balls and 32 runs batted on in. Sanchez gets set at the belt, and the 1-0 pitch is low for ball 2. Phillies' final road record is 41-40. Not good if we're going on the road. Well, to be honest with you, David, it's really not that bad. You look at other teams, it's really not bad. 2-0 pitch, ground ball hit over to third base, and the throw over to first is in time for out number 3. And we're going to go to the bottom of the first. Phillies are coming up to the plate. Okay, are they the Brewers on the road? No. But look, the Blue Jays have the best record in the American League. They're 40-41 on the road. The Yankees are 44-37. Okay, it's pretty good. That's pretty good. The Red Sox, they're 39-39. They're a playoff team. We look at the Guardians, 43-38. They've been on a hot stretch lately. But the Mariners are 39-42 on the road. They're winning the AL West. Astros are 30-37. I would say that the Phillies are really, honestly, better than some of these other teams on the road. The Dodgers are 36-39 on the road. The Padres are 38-43. You know, so I wouldn't really say that that's like. I think it could be worse. I really do. But that's just me. All right, let's go to the bottom of the first inning. All right, so the Phillies are coming up to bat. It'll be Harrison Bader leading it off. Kyle Schwarber batting second. Alec Bohm third. Brandon Marsh in the cleanup spot today. Wow. JT Realmuto is going to be hitting fifth. And then you got Max Kepler sixth. Wes Wilson seventh. Bryson Stott eighth. And Otto Kemp in the ninth spot. He's the caboose. So, again, it's Bader, Schwarber, Bohm, Marsh, Realmuto, Kepler, Wilson, Stott, and Kemp as the starting 9 hitters tonight for Philadelphia. And they will be taking on Edward Cabrera. Now, Cabrera did face the Phillies earlier this year. The last time that he faced them, it was a little bit ago, but he did go 6 1/3 of an inning, gave up 1 earned run, also allowed 3 walks, and he struck out 5. He's 6 feet 5 inches tall, 217 pounds, 27 years old. And the first pitch is taken for a strike to Harrison Bader. The ball is 1 strike. The windup and the pitch. And that is taken up high for a ball. His outing that he pitched in against the Phillies was on June 19th. Two balls, 1 strike. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 2-1. Chopper hit over to third base. Norby has it, throws it over to first. And there is out number 1. Saw earlier today that Aaron Nola was recognized as the Phillies nominee for the Roberto Clemente Award, which is a high sign of respect among major leaguers for community service. So they honored Nola's humanitarian work in the Philadelphia community and his ability to represent the game on and off the field. Here's Kyle Schwarber and the pitch, and that is a foul ball. He had a charity poker event to raise money back on May 15th. It benefited RWB, which focuses on enriching veterans' lives and forging America's leading health and wellness community for veterans. They gave away a lot of prizes, and they raised a lot of money this year. They call it Team Red, White, and Blue. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch to Kyle. In the air, hit out over to deep right field, and that ball is crushed. He got under it, but it still went into the second deck. There's number 54. All right, here comes Alec Bohm. The pitch is taken down for a ball. So now Schwarber needs 4 more to tie Ryan Howard for most homers in a single season. There's the 1-0 pitch. There's a chopper. It's hit over to shortstop, and the throw over to first is in time for out number 2. It's really a good swing by Kyle Schwarber. He's the first Phillies hitter since Ryan Howard in 2009 with over 130 RBI in a season. That's actually the 11th time that has actually happened in franchise history. He's the 6th different Philly to do so. Here's Brandon Marsh, and the pitch is taken for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. And the next pitch, that is inside for ball 2. Everyone starts with a 0-0 road record come playoff time. That's true. That's for sure. So there's 1 homer for Paul. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the first. 2 away. This is Brandon Marsh up to bat. He's hitting .280 on the season. The 2-1 offering. Foul ball. That shot that Schwarber hit went just 385 feet. Can he catch Ryan? The 2-2 pitch. That is down and in for ball 3. And so the count is now full. Charge! Three balls, two strikes. Here's the windup and the pitch. Line drive, hit out to the right center field gap, and that's going to split the gap and go all the way towards the wall. Marsh is rounding first. He'll jog on over to second base, standing up, and he gets on with a 2-out double towards the alleyway. Got a hanging pitch out over the middle of the plate and was able to take advantage of it and slice it off the end of the bat, but hit it very sharply. And there was no chance that anybody in that outfield was going to get to that ball before it got to the wall. So good job by Brandon Marsh. That's his 24th double of the season. He's 27 years old now. Will be 28 in December. And now JT comes up and he'll ground the first pitch over to shortstop. And the throw over to first is in plenty of time for out number 3. We're going to go to the top of the second inning. But Kyle Schwarber puts the Phillies on the board with a solo home run. 1-0 Philadelphia. And they'll be back in just a few moments. 4-homer game part 2, says Captain. I don't know. Kyle needed some Phillies Franks and Bowls barbecue to find that stroke. Yup. Marianne says I won money off of Kyle's homer. That's awesome. Congratulations to you. Ay, ay. Hoagie says thanks, JT. Thanks, Kyle. I didn't see a thank you to Kyle there. The ump is trash. All I see is negative comments from you, my friend. Ump is trash. Nothing about Marsh. Nothing about Kyle. But thanks, JT. I just love joking around with you. All right. We're going to the top of the second. 1-0 Phillies. So nobody answered my question before, and if they did, actually, I'm sorry. I may have missed it, so I apologize. I shouldn't really say that. Does it really matter where the Phillies end up by the end of the year? Does it matter if they get the 1 seed, the 2 seed, or if they just get in? What do you say about that? I would really like them to get the 1 seed. I always thought that it was a little bit out of reach for them because Milwaukee was going to have to really try to lose games. But I also really thought that it could benefit them just because playing at that ballpark really gives the Phillies a huge advantage. It really does. And it's only I get it for 1 series that they would have to be on the road for to start off the series on the road, and that's against the Brewers. But still, I still would have liked it. I'm not disappointed. If they don't get it, I'm not disappointed. It's not the end-all, be-all. But I do want the 2 seed. I do still feel like that they need rest. I still want Trey Turner to get an extra 5 days. I do. I do feel that way. They might do an inter-squad game like they did last year. They didn't lose last year because of the bye, guys. That's just not the case. That's just a theory. They didn't lose last year because of the bye. If you look to see how they did during the end of the season and how much below 500 they just were not playing competitive baseball. The ball is 1 strike. And the pitch. That's a foul ball. Michael says you just gave the answer. But yeah, I want to hear your opinion. Because everybody has a different opinion about it. Some people actually really do believe that they did lose last year to the Mets because of the bye. No balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez is back out there on the mound. Heriberto Hernandez is up. And the pitch. And that is taken outside for ball 1. Hernandez in the box. He's had a heck of a season so far. He's DHing today. The 1-2 delivery, swing and a miss. Or swing and a foul ball, that is. JT could not hang on there. Sorry. One ball, 2 strikes. There's the 1-2. That ball is fouled. Back over towards the screen. Hernandez batting .263. He only has 9 homers. He has sort of cooled off in September. One-two delivery. That is low for ball 2. He had a very good July. He had a very good June. In July specifically, he batted .283. He had 3 homers and 9 RBI. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball. And that is hit over towards Wes Wilson over at second base, who gets to it, plays it on a hop, throws it over to first. And there is out number 1. You know, the Braves have won 9 games in a row. Obviously, they're out of the playoff contention. But they've won 9 in a row. The Marlins have won 6 in a row. The Phillies and the Mets have each lost 2 in a row. Edwards is up in the pitch. Ground ball hit back over towards the mound. Sanchez has it. And then jogs on over to first with a little toss. And that is in plenty of time for out number 2. Negative comments suck. Positive comments are even worse. Okie isn't negative. He just says what everyone else is thinking. No, I understand. I'm just joking. JJ, how did everything go? Everything went well. I will give you an update on how much we raised. I believe that I'll make an announcement, and I will let you guys fully know, because I really want you to hear it from me. We got all the totals in, and it was good. It was very awesome. Eric Wagaman is up. You guys can still donate, by the way, if you guys still would like to do so. Again, not forcing anybody to do it, but just because the streaming is done doesn't mean that we're still not accepting donations. We still are. No balls, 2 strikes to Eric Wagaman. Sanchez on the mound, 25 pitches, 1-0 Phillies, thanks to a solo shot by Kyle Schwarber. He now needs 4 more to tie Howard for the most in single season in Phillies franchise history. Next pitch, that's low for a ball. Sanchez gets set at the letters. He kicks, deals. There's a line drive tapped out to right field for a base hit. It takes about 3 bounces or so in front of Max Kepler. And a 2-out single good by Eric Wagaman. What's up, Lou? What's going on? It's going to be JJ Unleash Scott. Jailbreak Joseph. That's my new name today. The pitch. Foul ball. If the Brewers lose in the playoffs and the Phillies move on, then the Phillies will get the number 1 seed in the remaining playoff games. So I'm okay at number 2, JJ, says Wayne. The ball is 1 strike. And there's the 0-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Now, they could actually, what's actually really funny about this is that they could play the Padres again, which I didn't really think about. The ball is 2 strikes. Sanchez on the mound, and the 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. We're going to go to the top, or the bottom of the second inning, that is. That's Sanchez's 200th strikeout of the season, so congratulations to him. Drop a Sanchez emoji in the chat, folks. Where's my members at? Find those Sanchez emojis. 200 strikeouts. That's the first time that that's ever occurred in his career. And hopefully that's not the last. Jailbreak. Sometimes you have to pay a price for being right, says Captain Eagle Auto. I logged in the next day. Oh, by the way, happy Rosh Hashanah to those people that do celebrate. Lashana Tova. I logged in the next day. He was like, don't say that the tush push is not a rugby play or Lou will yell at you. Oh, we're talking about the birds. Yeah. How did you celebrate Eagles' last win? How did I celebrate? I came on here after the game, and I did the Phillies game, and I baited people. I just baited everybody. Maybe not everybody, but I said after the Phillies gave up 6 runs with that 3-run homer that was hit by Corbin Carroll, I said, well, I'm not going to let this ruin my night, and I almost signed off. I just baited everybody into thinking that I was done. But no, it was good. Did a lot of streaming that day. And then yesterday was my off day. What's up, bud? Bud, how are you? The pitch. That's taken for a ball. JJ, you ready for Halloween? Happy that you say that. 1 ball, no strikes in the pitch. And that is taken on the outside corner for a strike. I don't know what I'm doing for Halloween. Does anybody... we'll get into this conversation in a little bit. I'm going to write it down so that way I don't forget. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Max Kepler. Kepler is batting .217 on the season with 17 homers and 51 RBI. Let's write this down. I'm interested in this. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the next pitch is taken outside for ball 2. So 2-2 is the count. Somebody just gave the ball up over to find Christopher Sanchez, and they just gave him. They're just giving him the ball now. Here's the pitch on the way. That ball is smote over the head of the right fielder who tries to leap up and make the catch there. Myers, and he is down. Uh-oh. And so going on over to second base will be Max Kepler. Myers is still down. Jacob Marcy is over there. He's sitting up, Dane Myers, but he landed a little bit awkwardly when he came running on down. So the ball went over his head. He tried to jump up for it and catch it, and then he landed awkwardly on that knee, and I think that he slipped on that warning track. Myers is a very good athlete. I don't know if he twisted his ankle or something. He's grabbing onto his left knee. That's what it is. His left knee. So the trainer is out there over on the track. Clayton McAuliffe, of course, is out there too. But it is a double for Max Kepler. Man, you don't want to see injuries, man. A couple other Marlins players are out there, too, just giving him support. He is in a lot of pain. Did not look good. So Otto Kemp threw the strikeout ball into the stands after the inning was over. I guess he didn't have any idea that Sanchez was at that milestone, but the security guard got the ball back for Sanchez, assuming whoever caught it will get something sweet from Sanchez after the game. They're bringing out the stretcher. Trying to get him onto the moving vehicle. And they got to figure out now how they're going to get him up. Again, he is sitting. He's sitting up, but he's grabbing onto that left knee. So Kepler hit a line drive that went over his head out in right field, Dave Myers. And as he tried to jump up and catch it over on that track, Guess that he slipped on his knee and came down hard. Thank goodness Marcy came on over to back it up, and he ran really quickly. He's still over there, by the way, Marcy. Trying to get everything on the stretcher ready for him. We're going to have to try to lift him up somehow just to get him onto the vehicle. Let's go. Hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell icons. Guys, we are 41 subscribers away from getting the 7,500 subs. That is really awesome. Would love it if we got there. So it's still 1-0 Phillies. In the bottom of the second. Nobody out. And we got a runner on over at second base. All right, so they lifted him up, and they just got him onto the stretcher, and Phillies fans are standing up, giving him a round of applause, of course. That look on his face says it all. But they did get him onto the stretcher, and now they're transporting him off the field. All right. So they got him off. Somebody on the training staff is holding out that leg. They actually gave a little wave to the fans and said thank you. Wow. Hopefully it wasn't an ACL or, again, like I'm not trying to assume. So play will resume in just a few moments. Again, Kepler is on over at second. He got on with a leadoff double. And so let's see what the new defensive outfield will look like now. I believe that Marcy is going to stay over in center, and Griffin Conine will slide on over to right. Javier Sanoja is now playing out in left field. So that is what the shakeup is for the Miami Marlins. So Dane Myers is out of the game for Miami. Wilson is up. Kepler's over at second. And the pitch is in there for a strike. That actually dropped off the glove of Agustin Ramirez. And it bounced out in front of the plate. But it didn't get too far away for Kepler to go on over to third. So he crashed hard into right field. He was going for a line drive hit by Max Kepler. He was holding his knee and needed the cart to get off the field. The ball is one strike, and the pitch is low for a ball. One ball, one strike. Wilson in the box, batting .206. The 1-1 delivery. That is outside for ball two. What's up, Betsy? 2 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, so, of course, you saw the Kepler line drive, right? It's 2 balls, 1 strike, and the next pitch is taken for strike 2. Yeah, he was just grabbing onto that knee, Dane Myers. He was going after the line drive. It was hit over his head. Kepler Kepler hit a line drive. It went over his head. He tried to leap up and make the catch. And then he actually ended up crashing into the right field wall going for that line drive and was holding on to his knee. I thought maybe he slipped for a second, but then I saw the replay, and I did see that he did go into that wall. And again, that's, with the electronic signs out there, that's not like that there's a cushion or anything. 3-2 pitch on the way, and there's a chopper. Hit over to shortstop. Kepler's going over to third. The throw over to third is in plenty of time. There's one away. Thompson says hold it for a second, then they will continue play. So Otto Lopez able to field the chopper, hit over to short, then make a good throw over to third, and bad base running by Philadelphia. One out, bottom of the second. A 6-5 fielder's choice, and Stott stares at strike one. And it's no balls, one strike. We are way up in 303. I know exactly where you are. I've sat in the 300 level. That's cool. It's far below where we could see anything. I got you. The 0-1 pitch. And that ball is fouled by Stott. Stott batting .339 in the month of September with 3 homers and 11 RBI. Detroit is playing Cleveland. Man, that series is huge. 0-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. Cleveland is now 1 game in back of Detroit in the AL Central. You'd have to go back to 3 weeks ago where Detroit was, I believe, 13 and a half games above the Guardians. It was at least over 10. At least over 10. Now the Guardians are 1 game in back of Detroit. No balls, 2 strikes. There's 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. And here's the 0-2 to Stott, and he slices it foul. How it stands right now is the Blue Jays have the number 1 seed. They're 90 and 66. The Mariners technically have the number 2 seed. The Tigers would have the number 3 seed. They actually are tied with the Boston Red Sox in record. 0-2 pitch. That's a chopper. It's a foul ball. Houston is also, if the playoffs were to start today, they're out of the playoffs. The Astros are out of the playoffs. They are tied with Cleveland, and Cleveland has the tiebreaker. It's unbelievable. The ball's 2 strikes. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the next pitch is outside for a ball. And Ramirez was looking on over at second base, and Wes Wilson is able to swipe without a throw. Augustin Ramirez just took his eyes off the ball. He was looking at second, and then the ball slipped out of his glove, bounced in front of the plate, but not too far away. 1 ball, 2 strikes, bottom of the second, 1 away. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Edward Cabrera pitching for the Miami Marlins, right-handed pitcher, and he'll take a quick step off. So how it would work is that the Blue Jays and Seattle would get the bye. The 1-2 to Stott. There's a fly ball. Hit out over towards left field, slicing foul, and it hits that wall in foul territory towards that left field corner. Stott will have to go back to the plate again. The Yankees would play, right? The Tigers would play the Guardians in the first round if it started today. The Tigers would play the Guardians, and then the Yankees would play the Red Sox in the wild card series. One ball, two strikes to Bryson Stott. And the next pitch is outside for ball two. The actual funny thing about it is that the Guardians have a negative 9 run differential, and they're in the playoffs. They're the only team in baseball that has a negative run differential that's in. 2-2 pitch to Stott, and that ball is flied out over towards left field. And Sanoa is there. He'll make the catch. And there is out number 2. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. And hit the bell icon. JJ, what do you think of the new rules starting in 2026 with the ABS challenge system? Each team gets 2 challenges per game. I like it. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be different, but we're going to get used to it, sort of like the pitch clock. I've seen it in the minors. I've seen how it works even during spring training games here. I think it'll be good. The pitch to Kemp. There's a high fly ball. Hit out to right field. Bye, baseball. Up-o taco for Otto. Seven homers on the 2025 campaign for Otto Kemp. Here's Harrison Bader, and he takes a strike on the first pitch. Pitch number 2 is just fouled off towards the left side. But yeah, nice. ABS will be problematic. Look, okay. These ump calls are getting so bad. So what do you want? No balls, 2 strikes in the pitch, and that's taken inside. What else can they do? Right? The umpires are making really bad calls. Now they want to go to technology, and they want to try to get more calls correct. And go to a monitor. Or not a monitor. Try to utilize technology to benefit the game. Any way you look at it, it's a lose-lose situation. The 1-2 pitch, that's taken down for ball 2. Pitch to Bader. There's a fly ball hit out over towards right field. That's going back towards the track, but it'll be caught by Jacob Marcy for out number 3. Otto Kemp ends up launching his 7th home run of the season and puts the Phillies up 3-0 on a 2-run swing. And they'll be back in just a few moments. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so we're going to go to the 3rd inning. But yeah, that is really wild to me with how the playoff picture looks. In the National League, how it looks like is this, of course. It would be Brewers 1, Phillies 2, Dodgers 3. Dodgers would play the Reds today if the playoffs started. The Cubs would play the Padres. Every team is clinched in the National League to get into the playoffs, except for the 6th seed. That's it. The battle of the 6th seed. So right now, it's Reds, Mets, and Diamondbacks Reds and the Mets are tied. The Diamondbacks are 1 game in back of both teams. The Cardinals are 3.5 games. Cardinals and Giants are 3.5 games back. That series, actually really tonight, decides who is going to compete. So that's a playoff series for both teams tonight. Giants and Cardinals for sure. So whoever wins tonight's game is actually, I believe, officially out of the race. So that's interesting. Maybe not technically out, but pretty much. It doesn't eliminate them mathematically, but whoever loses tonight, for them, it's big. Also, the Marlins. Technically, the Marlins are still in this. The Marlins, though, would need the Giants. Would need either the Giants or the Cardinals to just lose. They would have to have a back and forth series. They would need the Reds to get swept, right? And then the Mets to get swept and the Diamondbacks to get swept. Do the Reds play the Mets? No, the Mets play the Cubs. The ball is 1 strike. And there's a bouncing ball. Hit over to shortstop. Stop picks it up. Throws it over to first. And there is out number 1. How are we doing on the likes so far, chat? Let us know down below. JJ, they only get 2 challenges per team. That's not really much. Well, it's better than what it is now. If they want it to be correct, you got to use them wisely. I'd say 3, but then we're stopping the game a little bit more. We're taking extra time away. It's a lose-lose situation. It really is. The ball is 1 strike. Otto Kemp is up. And the 0-1 swing and a miss. Any way you look at it, there's going to be problems with it, right? The technology, there could be a problem with that, in regards to malfunctions, right? And then you have time being taken away. I know it's like a couple extra seconds, but you got another piece of technology, and you are technically adding some time to the game when they're trying to get rid of that type of stuff. No balls, 2 strikes. And the next pitch to Lopez. And there is out number 2. Didn't even see what happened. What the heck? The screen froze. Darn it. So Lopez fouled out to first. It's no balls, 1 strike to Agustin Ramirez. Okay, it's back on. The 0-1. That is inside for a ball. T-Mobile's going to make bank on that. Of course. 1-1. That is down for ball 2. It's another sponsorship opportunity for sure. Two balls, 1 strike. Top of the 3rd. 2 away. Sanchez kicks, fires, and throws the changeup that swung on and missed. That changeup was nasty. That thing came running inside and low. And Ramirez got nothing but air. The windup and the next pitch. That is a foul ball again. Phillies have won 7 of the 10 games that they have played against the Marlins in 2025. 2-2 pitch on the way, and that's a foul ball. the Marlins actually have a better road record than they do at home. Now, again, I don't know. I'd have to take a look at their schedule, but I believe that they're on the road the rest of the way. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Drop those Sanchez emojis. Let's go. Very nice. All right, so the inning is over. The side is retired. And we're going to go to the bottom of the third inning. So they play the Phillies. Oh, wait, they do come back home for one more series, and that's against the Mets. So that's who they play. They play the Mets this weekend out at Lone Depot Park. But, yeah, for them to finish, or for them to be over 500 on the road, it's pretty impressive. Unless the Phillies sweep them. But that's still impressive. Yeah. I don't know, chat. This might just be like an old school thing for me. But any way you look at it, like there's always going to be issues with the game. We're gonna talk about how we don't like the ghost runner. We're gonna talk about how we want more challenges in this challenge system and whatnot. But I think it's so interesting because we have these conversations. And to me, this is a part of baseball too. Sharing our ideas, sharing our beliefs. It's because we care about the sport. Same thing, and I mean that's just sports in general. We can open up that can of worms. But I feel like in any sport, especially in any team sport specifically, or even individual sports, when you have these types of conversations, it really just goes to show you how much we enjoy the game still. It might be different than what it was 5 years ago. It might be different than what it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. It might even be different than last year. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's still a good product. The pitch, and that's taken up high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. And there's the 1-0 pitch. That's a curveball that looked a little bit low, but it's called a strike. Just always remember that. Because I think that sometimes we lose sight of that. One ball, 1 strike, and the next pitch, and that's taken down and low for ball 2. And it's not even just about the rules. It's also just who gets into the Hall of Fame, who doesn't get into the Hall of Fame, who deserves to go on the Phillies Wall of Fame. I don't know. Discussions and debates about anything. The buy. Should a team get a new ballpark? It all, I believe, adds up to just the engagement of the sport. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Schwarber, who homered his first time up. That was number 54. The 2-2 pitch to Kyle, and there's a called strike 3. A wicked curveball that caught the outside corner. And out number 1 is recorded, and Schwarber definitely does not agree. Don't forget, after the game is done tonight, we do have Diamond Zone. We'll be keeping you guys up to date, of course, even including the Dodgers and the Brewers games, for sure. Here's Ball's pitch. There's a ground ball hit over to second, and the throw over to first is in time.
JJ, I am in Florida for Rosh Hashanah visiting my 94-year-old grandmother, and we are watching the game and listening to you. Thanks for all you do, my friend.
Oh, man.
Beer mugs.
Aw, thank you so much, dude. First of all, shout out to your grandma, 94 years old. That's incredible. And Lashana Tova to you too, my friend.
Aww.
I meant to play that before. Wow. And thank you so much for the $10 super chat. No balls, one strike to Brandon Marsh, by the way. And the 0-1 is down and in for a ball. Thank you, Lou. Thank you very, very much, my friend. One ball, one strike. And the pitch from Edward Cabrera is up high for ball 2. Remember, Dane Myers left the game earlier after crashing into that right field wall. And he left the game on a stretcher for the Marlins. So Marcy is now out in right field. Sanoja is out in left. 3 balls, 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch, and that is way inside for ball 4. And so there's a 2-out walk issued to Brandon Marsh. Griffin Conine, is out in right field. Jacob Marcy is still in center. Gavin Williams, in the game that he has pitched in so far, 8 strikeouts. Tariq Skubal, 4 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts for him. They are going toe-to-toe with each other. The pitch, that's in there for a strike. Marsh does swipe second with a late throw from Agustin Ramirez. 2 outs and a stolen base for Brandon Marsh. Got a great jump there. That releasing point was really high. Edwards actually had to jump and make the catch. I'm surprised he caught it. That's only his 7th stolen base of the season. Kind of surprising. No balls, 1 strike. And the next pitch is taken for strike 2. Yes. No balls, 2 strikes. The JT realmuto. The windup and the next pitch. And there's a swing and a miss there for out number 3. It's time to go to the 4th inning. Phillies are up 3-0 against the Marlins. What else is everybody saying in chat? John says, I don't like the Ghost Runner. I don't either. I'm weird. I started to like the Ghost Runner, says Captain Eagle Auto. I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth here. Ready for this? It does definitely bring in an extra strategy to the game. It does. I understand that you want to save your pitchers, and I understand that. But I guess that a good case of why you got to keep why keeping the Ghost Runner isn't a bad thing is because you don't want the game to go on forever if you don't like long games. I do like long games. I do. But also, what makes the Ghost Runner thing interesting to me is that now you got to play small ball more. You do. You do. And you have to execute. How many times have I seen this year, bases loaded, 1 out, bases loaded, nobody out, and teams can't get a run? That really does go to show you, like, what's being worked on during not just training camp and spring training, but what the coaches are working on and just the lack of execution at times. You know? I feel like that there's more strategy, there's more things that you get to see, and you get to see a different side of teams because now there's bases loaded more often. I don't know. And it's also kind of cool because it's back and forth. Now, the thing I don't like about it, and this is really true, what I really don't like about it is that it could be a scoreless game, and yet you got a runner on over at second, and now all of a sudden it's a 1-0 game. I think that that's ridiculous. Also, you can have a leadoff 2-run home run. That's ridiculous, too. I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. 1 ball, no strikes. And the 1-0 pitch. That's taken down for ball 2. But if you really want me to give my thoughts, I'd be okay without it. I would be. Can't wait for the playoffs when that does happen. 2 balls, no strikes. Jacob Marcy's in the box. His Christopher Sanchez is on the mound. And the 2-0 is chopped foul towards the right side. They're calling it a right knee laceration. That's what they're saying about Dane Myers' injury. The 2-1. That ball's popped up right behind home plate. JT throws the mask away and then gets under the ball. Turns his back against home plate, and they'll make the catch for the first out of the inning. Thank you again for the super chat. Hey, JJ, glad to say that the hernia is feeling a lot better. Unfortunately, my wife and I both contracted COVID this past weekend. Ugh. Man, prayers out to you guys. But the hernia feeling a lot better is great news. Thanks for letting me know. Here's the pitch to Connor Norby. That ball is chopped foul. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons. 0-1 is the count. Sanchez comes set, kicks, delivers, and he does get the call there. The ball is 2 strikes. Sanchez comes set again, and the 0-2 pitch. He goes with a changeup again, and it works. 4 strikeouts, 202 on the season for Christopher Sanchez. Nothing but off-speed stuff, nothing but junk. It still looks appealing to the eye for these Marlins hitters. Sanchez winds up and deals. That ball is fouled. The ball is 1 strike. The windup and the next pitch. That changeup did not really have a lot of break to it, but it was down for a ball. The 1-1 pitch. Line drive down the left field line. That's a fair ball. That's going all the way towards the corner, and Heriberto Hernandez will get on with an extra base hit. Marsh does get over to the ball. Hernandez is over at second, and Marsh does throw it back in. A 2-out double by Hernandez. I don't know, and somebody can look this up for me if they want to. I don't know if I've ever seen a team or 2 teams at the end of the year battling for a division lose 10 games in a row while the other team that's trailing behind them has won 10 in a row. I wonder when the last time that's happened, because I feel like it had to have been a while ago. 2 outs, top of the 4th, and the next pitch, that's a foul ball. I do remember when the Red Sox were running away with the AL East, but back in 2011. But I forget what their lead was over the Tampa Bay Rays, but they ended up becoming a wild card team. They were in first place for the division. And then they were a wild card team up until the final day, and the Rays came back to win, and the Orioles walked it off against the Red Sox. That was one of the craziest days in baseball ever. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs, top of the 4th. Xavier Edwards in the box. This guy has a lot of speed. He's also hitting .281 with 3 homers and 40 RBI. 1 ball, 1 strike. The windup and the next pitch. Ground ball hit over to second base. It's played on 2 bounces by Wilson. And the throw over to first is in time. For out number 3. We're going to the bottom of the 4th. Phillies lead at 3-0 thanks to 2 homers. One by Schwarber. The other one, it was a 2-run shot by Otto Kemp. Okay. All right. With that, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go say hi to BW. This will be one of the last times this year that we say hi to BW. That's crazy. This is absolutely
great
wild.
start for Dino.
Whoops.
We go to the bottom of the 1st.
Oops, did not mean for that to happen. Let's go say hi, though, to him and listen to his awesome play calling voice. All right, here's his link. See you in a bit. One ball, no strikes to Max Kepler. And the pitch to Kepler, ground ball, or line drive, it's sharply over to first, and Wagaman caught it. Tough to see because it happened so quickly. All right, Giants-Dodgers in 1951 was the closest. The Giants won last 7, and the Dodgers dropped 6 of 7 to end up tied. Giants won the last game to win the pennant. Yep. In 1951. Is Bryce getting a hit? Says Isaac. He's not playing, man. So you lost your bet there. Which 2 teams are on a 10-game winning streak and 10-game losing streak? There's nobody on a 10-game winning streak or a losing streak, but the Guardians are 9-1 in their last 10. The Tigers are 1-9 in their last 10. Bottom of the 4th inning, 1 out. And here's the pitch. There's a line drive base hit over out to left field. The left fielder, Sanoa, is going to get over to the ball. He'll make a throw over the second, and Wilson will test his arm, and he is a dead fish over at second base. It actually took a bounce over Connor Norby's head out to left field, so the ball did sort of slow up a bit. But Wilson got beaten by the throw, and the tag most certainly did beat him as well. And there's out number 2 in the bottom of the 4th. So base running problems still continue with this Phillies team. But they have a 3-0 lead. That's the good news. The pitch. That's high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Bryson Stott, who was 0 for 1. He flied out in the second. 1 ball, no strikes. And the next pitch coming from Edward Cabrera is swung on and missed. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch. That is outside for ball 2. Gibson and Phillips are getting loosened up in the Marlins pen. 2 balls, 1 strike. The windup and the pitch from Edward Cabrera. It's outside. So Tyler Phillips and Cade Gibson. Cade is 27 years old. He's a lefty. Tyler Phillips, of course, a righty. The 3-1 offering. There's a sinker that's at the knees for strike 2. Otto Kemp is in the on-deck circle. Up right now is Bryson Stott. Cabrera kicks, fires. Check swing, did Stott go? Yes, he did. And the inning is over. It's time to go to the 5th inning. We're going to try this again. We're going to go say hi to BW. I didn't really give you guys a lot of notice, and I do apologize about that. But let's go say hi to Orioles Birdwatcher. All right? And we will go say hi to him right now. So make sure that you guys go do that by clicking on this link down below. Go rate him. Go tell him that I said hi too, and I will be right back. All right, 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning as the first pitch was fouled out over to right field, and it was caught by Max Kepler. It was Eric Wagaman. Sanchez, 14 of 16 first pitches that he has thrown have been for strikes. The pitch is in there for a called strike at the knees. It's to Griffin Conine. Conine came on in to pinch hit for Dave Myers. The ball is 1 strike. And the pitch, swing and a miss. BW does say hi. Nice. Tell him I said hi back. Tell him cheers. Always like to hear him say cheers. No balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez deals, and it's outside for ball 1. Do any of you guys follow Barrett Media or Front Office Sports? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. That is inside for ball 2. I only ask because I'm a sports media geek. I like to geek out on all these types of things that are going on in sports media and see how the landscape is changing and whatnot. And they both do an awesome job. And I was wondering if there's any other types of sources out there that you guys follow that are into those types of things, where they talk about the business and on-air talent moves and that type of stuff. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez kicks, deals again. And there's a roller hit over towards the right side. And Wilson picks it up, throws it over to first. And the second out is made. LP says, I don't follow. Okay. Here's an interesting quote. This is from Zach Berman when they talked about Kevin Patullo. Kevin Patullo on charge that the offense has been conservative. No, I wouldn't say conservative is the word, he says. I think when those things happen, as the pitch is taken for a strike, like we went 3 and out, and obviously a few times, you look at, okay, where was the drive starting? What was the breakdown on the play? What happened? How do we stop this? How do we get out of this? So I think that when we look back on it, as the 0-1 is fouled away, when we look back on it, there's obviously things we can always learn from that, but you don't go into it saying like, hey, I got to be really conservative here. That's definitely not something you want to do. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss. He struck him out. And there's out number 3. It's time to go to the bottom of the 5th. Sounds like a bunch of BS, if I'm being honest. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Just wanted to bring that up. We have 336 concurrent viewers. We have 136 likes. Hit that thumbs up button. Look at Paul. Paul's going to work, man. It's awesome. That strikeout, by the way, by Sanchez was his 500th of his career. So he gets his 200 strikeout of the season. And he gets his 500 strikeout. Is it Halloween yet? Oh, yes. Okay. 100% bunch of BS. Agree with those instincts. That's bogus. I mean, not telling you like it is. Yeah. Halloween yet? Yeah. Okay, so do you guys pick out your Halloween costumes like this early? When would you say that you guys, for those of you that do go out for Halloween, when do you plan out like what you're wearing? Is it at the beginning of October, or is it like end of September, early October, or is it even before that? Because I know some people plan out or like to plan things out like way beforehand, like what they're going to do. Because I don't know what I'm wearing this year. On the go with CeeLo is on, and he's not in subscriber mode, JJ. We just rated BW. He wasn't in subscriber mode either. Tower Phillips is up. But thanks for telling me. The pitch on the way, there's a swing and a miss. We'll say hi to him tomorrow, if he's on. The ball is 1 strike to Otto Kemp. And the pitch, there's a swing and a miss. Betsy says depends if it's in a group or a single costume, and if I have to sew anything, says Betsy. What's your favorite costume that you got to wear on Halloween? Well, me, I do haunted houses and plan to go as Pennywise. You plan to go as Pennywise. Wow. You do haunted houses. I'd like to do a haunted house sometime. That'd be kind of cool. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Otto Kemp is in the box. And the 1-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. And on a drop strike 3, Kemp is going to go on over to first. And he will be safe without a throw. So they'll have to get an extra out as Kemp is aboard. Augustin Ramirez dropped that strike 3. It actually went right in between his wickets. And went all the way towards the backstop. And as he ran on over to get the ball, get it into his bare hand, it slipped out of his hand. Ultraman was my favorite. When did you dress up as Ultraman? Oh, you don't have to say when. But, Ultraman. Huh. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. That's cool. Michael Myers' mask is the best without a doubt. Michael Myers. My guess is Austin Powers. No balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Harper says I was 5. Wow. No balls, 2 strikes. Bader in the box. He's 0 for 2. And the 0-2 is swung on and missed. And there is out number 1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. That's so funny, Betsy. Couples are easier. 3 of us did rock, paper, scissors, and it was easy and fun. That's so sweet. I love that. 1 ball, no strikes to Kyle Schwarber. It was 1 for 2. He had a solo homer in the first. 8 pitches for Tyler Phillips, so Phillips is on the mound. And the 1-0 delivery is on the outside corner for a strike. The real Ultraman and a zipper in the back. I might go as Romano and show everyone my injured middle finger. 1-1 pitch to Kyle Schwarber, swing and a miss. And the count is 1-2. I get dressed as the Pope in New York, dressed as a nun. And NY dressed as a nun. 1-2 pitch. There's a wild pitch. And Otto Kemp is going to head on over to second base with ease. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Schwarber. Steven, what's up, Steve? He says, my wife already got her costume a few weeks ago. I'm still trying to grow my hair and beard out a little bit more to go as Brandon Marsh. Still need the official jersey. I think that's so cool. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch to Kyle. He went around. The pitch was inside and low, and he definitely showed swing, and he will go back to the dugout. That was a breaking ball that went inside and into the dirt, and Schwarber definitely offered, without a doubt. Man. Phillies up 3-0 against the Miami Marlins. Schwarber did have a home run earlier. Otto Kemp also hit a 2-run homer. 2 away, bottom of the 5th. Bohm is up. Kemp on at second. And the pitch to Bohm is down low and away for a ball. All right, there we go. This should now run better. The 1-0 pitch. There's a line drive, and that's caught by Tyler Phillips for out number 3. That thing was smoked so hard, and JT's shaking his head in the dugout saying, come on, man. Unlucky. That was a bullet, man. All right. We're going to go to the top of the 6th. 3-0. If I'm spending that much, then little Jimmy can have some broccoli or a can of pork and beans in this trick-or-treat sack. Somebody actually did, when I did go trick-or-treating, I forget when it was, but somebody actually did give me a big rock. But they also gave us a toothbrush and toothpaste, which honestly, for trick-or-treating, it's not bad. It's important to brush your teeth after eating all that candy. So that was clutch. First, when I was young, I was like, why are they giving us this? But then I realized as I got older, well, they were actually really smart about doing that. So Tyler Phillips just struck out 3 Phillies batters, and then he caught a line drive from Alec Bohm to end the 5th inning. Fan Appreciation Day Sunday. Wow. A rock? Okay, Charlie Brown. That was actually, I believe I dressed up as Charlie Brown when I was in college. Yeah. That was at a college party. Can we please tell Tyler Phillips to calm down? He played for the Marlins, buddy. Super corny. We. You can tell him to calm down. I don't know if I'm going to mess with that. JJ, I need your opinion on something. All right. First of all, before I get to that, I just want to remind everybody, please hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell icons, too, so that way you will know when we do go live for the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Eagles. Sanchez back out there on the mound. Throws the first pitch in there for strike 1 to Otto Lopez. JJ, I need your opinion on something. If you were going somewhere scary and buy something like a Don't Scare Me necklace, should you be going to a haunted house? The pitch. There's a line drive hit out to left field for an opposite field base hit by Otto Lopez. Dude, Bowman and Phillips were talking trash to each other. Gosh. I would say no. Because A, somebody could take that. I guess it all depends on what the necklace is and how expensive it is. 1 ball, no strikes. Plus, you don't want somebody to spill stuff on it. I would say no. How fancy is it? How expensive is it? If it's something that you're okay with, like getting dirty, getting potentially broken or lost, then I'd say okay. But if it means a lot to you, no. 1 ball, no strikes. Like a don't scare me necklace. Two balls, no strikes. What's considered a don't scare me necklace? I've never heard of that before. Like something that's expensive, like gold. 2 balls, no strikes in the pitch. And that's taken for ball 3. Three-0 pitch. Ground ball, diving stop by Stott. He flips it over to second for 1, and that's all that they're going to get. What a nice play by Bryson Stott. Let's go. 1 out in the top of the 6th. You can get a Don't Scare Me necklace at Dorney Park so they don't scare you. Oh, well then if it's something like that, okay, now I understand. Sure, bring it. But if you could get 2... I don't know. Do they give them out? If they give them out or something, then sure. One out, top of the 6th. And the pitch. There's a strike. I'd say you should be good. The ball is 1 strike. We're in the top of the 6th. There's 1 away. And there's a runner on over at first. 0-1. There's a fly ball hit out over towards straightaway center field. Bader's there. He'll make the catch. There's out number 2. He'll throw it back on over to first base. And guess who's doubled up for out number 3? That's Agustin Ramirez. So the inning is over. And we are going to go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Wow. Okay. I'm going to take another quick step off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Cade Gibson is out there on the mound pitching for the Miami Marlins. Marsh is at the plate, and the first pitch that's in there is taken for strike 1 to Brandon Marsh. Phillies today, 3 runs for them on a total of 5 hits. They have 2 big hits. One was from Otto Kemp. It was a 2-run shot back in the bottom of the 2nd. Kyle Schwarber hit a solo homer back in the 1st. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brandon Marsh. By the way, the Cubs are up 5-1 against the Mets out of Wrigley Field. 2 balls, 1 strike to Brandon Marsh. Next pitch on the way, and there is ball 3. Mariners actually just scratched Brian Wu from the start with a pectoral tightness. Ouch. But they say that he has no plans for an IL stint. 3-1 pitch to Marsh, and he gets on base for the 3rd time today. Brandon Marsh with 2 walks and a base hit, and he'll be over at first base for Philadelphia. Cade Gibson out there on the mound, a left-handed pitcher, 27 years old, 6 feet 2 inches tall, 195 pounds, from Ruston, Louisiana, that is. They say he's a lefty, he's a right-handed pitcher. No, he's a lefty. Which one is it, JJ, lefty or righty? He's a lefty. No balls, 1 strike to JT Realmuto. JT today 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. And he hits a bouncing ball over towards the third base side. It's foul, though. The ball is 2 strikes. The right side, the 4-3 hole is wide open. Pregame is over at first, trying to hold Brandon Marsh. Gibson comes set and deals. There's a foul ball towards the left side. Phillies went 2-1 in the first series at home against the Marlins. They put up 7 runs in the first game. They put up 11 in that second game. Then they lost the third. 7-5. 0-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. Remember that second game? I'm sure that we probably, a lot of us erased this from our memories, but that was when they had an 11-4 lead going on into the 9th inning. And the Marlins scored 6 runs off of Jordan Romano. 0-2. And that is inside for a ball. And Alvarado had to come on in and make 2 pitches to get the final out. One ball, 2 strikes to JT. And there's the 1-2. There's a grounder hit over to third base. The throw over the second. There's 1. The throw to first. There's 2. And around the horn double play. And there's 2 gone in the bottom of the 6th. There was a report that I saw from John Clark. Who just said that Trey Turner faced live hitting today. And we talked about this a little bit before. But he did. He faced live hitting today. And he is running. Manager Rob Thompson says Trey is running at 70 to 75%. Phillies hope that he will play some games this weekend before the playoffs. I think getting the rest for him would be huge. 1 ball, no strikes to Max Kepler, who's 1 for 2. And the pitch, fly ball, hit over towards the right center field alleyway. And Marcy is there, and he'll make the catch towards his left side. And the side is retired. We're going to go to the top of the 7th. 3-0 Philadelphia. The Link was a haunted house for the Rams. Dude, I think it would be so cool if they made the Link or CBP into like a haunted house. I think that'd be really wild. I know that they would have to get like the staff members for it, and they would have to monitor it, but maybe the more I think about it, the more wild it sounds. But I can dream, I guess. When you rationally probably think about it. Parking, fan experience, all that stuff. I don't know. There's other spots that you could do a haunted house in Philly. But at the ballpark, like before the game, it turns into a haunted house, or after the game is done. That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know how they would do it. Cool J's here. What's up, Cool J? We have 154 likes. Hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. We need 38 more subscribers to get us to 7,500. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button. Why isn't Gibson pitching? Kate Gibson is pitching. What are we talking about? I forgot what his injury was. It's been so long. Hamstring. this was a grade 1. I believe it was a grade 1. The one that he had now on his other hamstring was not as severe compared to the first one that he had last year, which was on the other leg. Connor Norby is up. No balls, 1 strike. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Sanchez gets set, kicks, fires, and it's inside for ball 1. Guardians lead 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning against the Detroit Tigers. And what a series that is. The 1-1, that's up high for ball 2. The Link is already a haunted house for other teams. Two balls, 1 strike. The windup and the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Thanks so much for coming on, Josh. I appreciate you, man. I hope you're doing well. And take care of business against those Mets, my friend. You guys are doing well so far. Keep it up. Keep it up, dude. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Ground ball hit over to shortstop. Picked up by Stott as he comes running on in. He has to make a sidearm throw over to first, and he does. And Connor Norby is retired. 78 pitches for Christopher Sanchez, who just recorded his 500 strikeout in this game and his 200 strikeout on the season in this game as well. Again, no Bryce Harper today. He's out with an illness. Don't know if he's available to pinch hit. Here's a 95-mile-per-hour sinker that's taken low for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Heriberto Hernandez, 1 for 2 with a base hit. Takes strike 1. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Hernandez did double in the 4th. The 1-1 delivery. That misses inside for ball 2. Sanchez has thrown 15 pitches in the 1st, 15 in the 2nd, 12 in the 3rd, 13 in the 4th, 10 in the 5th, 8 in the 6th, and so far 8 here in the 7th inning. Hit that thumbs up button, people. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The 2-1. That's on the outside corner for strike 2. I really want us to get to 7,500 subs. Please make sure that you guys like and subscribe. It's just courtesy. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The windup, the pitch. Foul ball again. Thank you, man. The 2-2 delivery. Foul ball again. Sanchez not wasting any time. Gets set and fires. Swing and a miss. A fastball at 96. It was just a hair upstairs. And there's out number 2. Nice. Two up, 2 down in the 7th. And Xavier Edwards fouls off the first pitch that he sees. The only players in MLB history to record 30-plus homers, 30-plus stolen bases, 30-plus doubles, and 15-plus triples in a season. Jimmy Rollins in 2007, that was the year that he won the MVP. And Corbin Carroll just did that yesterday. He's only 24 years old, by the way. 0-1, and that's a foul ball. He's had a fantastic season. Rollins had 20 triples that year. He also had 41 stolen bases and 38 doubles, but still, very impressive. The ball's 2 strikes. Sanchez comes set and fires, and the next pitch is fouled away. Hard to believe that the last perfect game was from Domingo Germán back in 2023. I just saw the list. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's the only player that has actually had a perfect game in the 2020s. Because then the one before that was Felix Hernandez. There were 3 perfect games in 2012. There were 2 in 2010. 1 in 09, 1 in 04. That's it for the 2000s. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Xavier Edwards, and the pitch. There's a slow roller hit over towards the right side. Wilson has to charge over to it, and he does, and he'll make the throw over to first in time for out number 3. We're going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 3-0 Philadelphia. All right, I'm going to ask you a Phillies trivia question, and if you get it right, you will hear this. If you get it wrong, though, you will hear this. Okay, so I saw this a little bit before. So here, I want you to name me, okay? So there have been a total of 5 different duos, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 different duos of Phillies pitchers to have a season with multiple 200 strikeouts. Who are the 5 duos? Is what I would like to know. Who are those 5 duos of Phillies players to have 2 guys with 200 plus strikeouts in a season? Two of them have actually done it twice. 2 of the duos have done it twice. Halladay and Lee, they've done it twice. Or actually, sorry, they've done it once. Excuse me. Carlton and Lonborg, nope. 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 Nola and Wheeler, they've done it twice. So that's 2. Not Blanton and Halladay. Robert and Simmons, nope. Wheeler and Nola, they've done it twice. Schilling and Leiter, nope. Phillies duos. Carlton and Lee, no, we're talking about duos. We're talking about duos. One ball, no strikes. Wes Wilson is up at the plate. And the 1-0 is in there for a strike. So Wheeler and Nola were a duo. They did it in 2023 and in 2021. Right? Halladay and Lee did it in 2011. One ball, 2 strikes. Bunning and Short, yes. They did it in 1965. Good one, Jose. And there's 3 more that we're missing. Hamels and who? 1 ball, 2 strikes. in the bottom of the 7th. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball hit over to short, and the throw over to first is in time. Hamels and which other pitcher? Anybody else want to take a stab at this? Good job, Jose, on bunting and short. Carlton and Ruthven, nope. Carlton, I'll tell you this, Carlton never had a duo or another pitcher in a Phillies uniform to have 200 plus strikeouts. Hamels and Myers, no. Hamels and Halladay, yes. Hamels and Halladay, that's correct. 0-1, and that's a foul ball. So we got Wheeler and Nola. We got Hamels and Halladay. We got Halladay and Lee. We got Bunting and Shorts. We're missing 2 more. The ball is 2 strikes to Bryson Stott. I'll give you 1 more. Eddie Plank and Rude Wabell. Nope. The ball is 2 strikes. David Robertson is warming up in the pen. The 0-2 pitch. Stott's going to fight this off out to center field, but that's going to be a sliding catch by Marcy. So Stott does get robbed on a base hit. He hit it off the end of the bat. Marcy had to come sprinting on in to make the catch. All right. So here are Philly seasons with multiple 200 strikeout pitchers. Okay, these are the 200 strikeout duos that the Phillies have had. So Bunting and Short were the first. They did it back in 1965. They each had 200 plus strikeouts. Then it was Halladay and Hamels that did it in 2010. Halladay and Lee did it in 2011. Hamels and Lee did it in 2012 and 2013. So you missed Hamels and, was it Hamels and Lee that somebody, I think somebody missed that. But yes. Wheeler and Nola did it in 2021 and 2023. And this year, nobody accounted for this, but Jesus Luzardo and Christopher Sanchez just did it this year. 1 ball, 1 strike. Because Sanchez just got to 200 strikeouts. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch, and that is outside. The Phillies have never had a season with 3 pitchers who have thrown 200 strikeouts. Wheeler, though, this year had 195. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Ground ball hit over towards the mound, and the throw over to first is in time for out number 3. And we're going to go to the top of the 8th inning. No one guessed Hamels and Lee. That's correct. That was a really hard question. It was a good one, though. Something that you probably would have never thought of. And don't credit me, because I saw this on Twitter. That shows this year's team is special. So Wheeler had 195 this year. Didn't even get to 200. But Sanchez and Zeus did. Interesting. All right, be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, Christopher Sanchez, his night is done. So David Robertson is going out there to pitch. The ball's one strike. And here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss to Eric Wagaman. That was a good question, and it shows that this year's team is special. I think we can win without Lee, but imagine if we did have him. We had such great pitching with Hamels, Halladay, and Lee. Don't forget about Martinez. But no, I agree. Roy Oswalt. Roy Oswalt, man, was such a good pitcher, too. 2 balls, 1 strike. Top of the 8th, 3-0 Philadelphia. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. The 2-2 on the way, swing and a miss again. And there is out number 1 here in the top of the 8th inning. One out, top of the 8th. And the pitch. And that's taken for a strike. By the way, I got to give credit where credit is due. Paul Casella came out with that tweet earlier today. And I thought it'd be a great trivia question for you guys. So I got to give Paul his flowers and his credit. Because that wasn't me. 1 ball, 1 strike in the top of the 8th. And 1 out. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 1-1 pitch is low for ball 2. Griffin Conine is up at the plate. I think Larry Asher would have been intrigued by that trivia question. The 2-1, and that is outside for ball 3. Valente Bellozo is warming up in the pen. Of course, I saved it for the day that he wasn't on here. 3-1 on the way. There's a fly ball hit out to right field. Kepler looks behind him. It's absolutely annihilated. 3-1 is the score as Robertson gives up a meatball down the middle and Conine goes the distance for the second time of the season. We are now 36 subscribers away from 7,500 subs. How many strikeouts does Ranger have on the season? Ranger definitely does not have 200, I can tell you that. The pitch. That's taken down for a ball. But all jokes aside, Ranger is 147. Is 147. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That is down for ball 2. Phillies do have 1,406 strikeouts in 1,383 innings in 156 games. 81 quality starts. Next pitch, and that's taken for ball 2 to Javier Sanoja. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That is taken for strike 2. They've only given up 1,302 hits, which is actually really impressive, and only 597 earned runs. So their ERA essentially is at a 3.88, which again is very, very good. Last pitch, that ball's popped up. It's hit out over towards the third base side. Bohm is there. He'll make the catch, and there is out number 2. As far as major leaguers, or as far as the rest of the majors go, so the Phillies are 3rd in all of baseball with strikeouts pitched. They are 1st in quality starts. They're behind the Dodgers and the Astros in strikeouts. Opponent batting average against, they're actually they are 18th on that list. It's still pretty good. They're 12th in ERA, but in starters ERA, they're 3rd. 1 ball, 1 strike. Otto Lopez is up. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fans also say that they don't shut out a lot of teams. Well, to be honest with you, they're tied for 7th in shutouts, pitching-wise, on the season. And they could actually be tied for 5th. Well, now they can't today. But heading into the inning, they could have been. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the 1-2 on the way. There's a line drive, base it out to left field. And Brandon Marsh plays it on 2 skips in front of him. Tosses it back towards the infield, and Otto Lopez gets aboard. So a 2-out single in the top of the 8th inning. 3-1 Phillies. Robertson on the mound for Philadelphia. There's Tanner Banks getting warmed up in the Phillies bullpen. The tying run is coming up to the plate. It'll be Liam Hicks that is due up next. And we will have a timeout taken. Caleb Cotham is going to try to calm David Robertson down. Robertson is 40 years old from Birmingham, Alabama. In his last 5 outings, he's given up at least 1 earned run in 4 of those 5 outings. Not good. His ERA in the month of September is at a 7.36. Last time he did pitch, he did end up giving up 2 earned runs against the Dodgers. But remember, too, he also had that huge, and I mean huge save on Monday night against the Dodgers. Remember, there was 1 out with bases loaded, and he ended up getting out of that inning. That was a big win for the Phillies. The pitch on the way. That is down for a ball. Taken by Liam Hicks. Guardians have a 5-2 lead in the top of the 8th. Oh my goodness. If they win tonight, they are tied for first with the Tigers in the AL Central. 1 ball, 1 strike. If you can believe that. 2 outs, top of the 8th. Robertson gets set at the letters. He kicks, he deals, and there's a check swing, foul ball. Now the Red Sox are currently tied with the Toronto Blue Jays in their game. That's going to the top of the 6th. The Yankees are also down 2-1 against Chicago, the White Sox, that is. Reds trail 4-2 against the Pirates. That game's in the top of the 8th inning. Pittsburgh is up. 1-2 pitch, line drive, base it out to center field. Bader plays it on 2 bounces, and that's going to put runners over at the corners. Runners on at first and third, and now the runner's going to come on home because Wes Wilson couldn't cut off the throw. It gets away from him, and it's now a 3-2 ball game in the top of the 8th inning. Rob does say hold it for a second to see if the throw to the plate was in time. It was definitely not. It was late, and not a good play at all by Wes Wilson. Let's see the cutoff throw again from Bader. That was right over the Wes Wilson, and he was thinking about just playing it on a hop, but when in reality, he should have just went for the catch. So 2 outs in the top of the 8th, and David Robertson, his night is done. And Tanner Banks will come on in to try to get the final out of the 8th inning. The Mets, on the other hand, they're down 6-1 against the Chicago Cubs. Giants and Cardinals play at 9:45. You got Diamondbacks playing the Dodgers at 9:40. That's a big game. Unreal. That race is getting so close. Mets are tied with Cincinnati. Cincinnati has the tiebreaker. But if Cincinnati and the Mets lose, and if Arizona wins, it would be a 3-way tie for that final wild card spot. And I believe, and now correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe Arizona would have the tiebreaker against the Mets and the Reds if it was in a 3-way tie. Not a good night for David Robertson. Just 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits allowed, including a homer. 1 earned run. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icons too, folks. And that way you will know when we do go live. They charge the air debater. Man. Larry, you missed a very good trivia question tonight. Trivia, what Phillies player holds the record for consecutive games with a homer? I'm just going to go with Schmidt. Wait, most consecutive games with a homer? I'll actually go Howard. I'll go Howard. The pitch. There's a swing and a miss. So Tanner Banks, 67 games, 31 strikeouts for him. And the 0-1, and that's in there for strike 2. Larry, after the stream is done, go back to the trivia question. Go back to that 7th inning. I actually would really like to know if you would have gotten it. The ball is 2 strikes. There's the 0-2. And that is down and away for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. Is it really Kyle Schwarber? I didn't look it up. But I assume... Oh, Dale Long. Wow. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jacob Marcy. And the next pitch is fouled away. Starting the rain here out at Citizens Bank Park. I guess showers are in the forecast, huh? 1-2 on the way from Banks. Swing and a miss. And he cashes one into the bank. And the Phillies will go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 3-2, Philadelphia. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Phillies do lead at 3-2 against the Miami Marlins. Harrison Bader is due up. In case you're just tuning on in, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. After this is done, we got Diamond Zone tonight. If the Phillies hang on and win, and if the Dodgers do lose, the Phillies do get a bye. If the Dodgers do lose, and if the Dodgers do win, and if the Phillies win, then they'll have to wait till tomorrow. Bader is up, and he lines this one back up the middle, just past the glove of the shortstop, Lopez, and Bader gets on with a leadoff single. That is how we start off the bottom of the 8th inning. And the Schwarberian is due up. He homered in his first at-bat. It was a solo shot. George! Schwarber's exit velo in that first inning was 112 miles per hour. The pitch to Kyle, swing and a miss. He got a change up there. No balls, 1 strike to Kyle Schwarber. The next pitch, that's outside and taken for ball 1. One ball, 1 strike. Schwarber in the box. Liam Hicks in as the catcher for the Fish. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's get to 200 likes, baby. Come on. Here's the 1-1, and that's outside for ball 2. No Bryce Harper tonight. He's out with an illness. Two balls, 1 strike to Kyle Schwarber. Valente Bellozo kicks and fires. And the pitch is swung on and missed again. 2-2. Joan Duran is getting warmed up in the pen. Drop those Durantulas. In just a little bit. 2-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. Might not even need them. But we still might. Never know. Two-two pitch to Kyle, swing and a miss. The throw to second base to get Bader. He is out. Strike him out, throw him out. And there's 2 gone in the bottom of the 8th inning. That's not what you wanted there. Calitre's over on the phones. A perfect throw made there by Hicks. I noticed that Bader, that's another time where Bader got caught stealing because he doesn't dive. He got swiped right on the hand. He slid in there feet first. Wasn't even looking to see right where the ball was. He got swiped easily. The pitch. That's outside for a ball. I mean, if he would have dove in there, I think he would have had a chance. Just not good awareness. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Bohm. So now that means nobody's on. And there's 2 outs, by the way. Two balls, no strikes to Alec Bohm. Valente Bellozo comes set and fires, and the pitch is fouled away. Juan Soto now has 893 career walks. That breaks a tie with Mickey Mantle for the most before turning 28 years old. And Juan is 26. He will be 27 all of next year. What the oh, I guess, well, yeah. Okay, he's not, right. 3 balls, 1 strike. I was going to say that that's really stupid. But then I thought about it, and it's not stupid. 34 more subs. Let's go. Let's go. 3-1 to Bohm. Ground ball hit over to shortstop off the glove of Lopez, and it's popped up in the air. It goes behind him, and Bohm will be safe over at first base. So an E6 from Otto Lopez, and Bohm is aboard. Okay. Let's go. Phillies are littered with bad base running. Get the wins. That's what matters. Who's staying on for Diamond Zone? Anybody? Are you guys coming on for Diamond Zone afterwards? You guys gonna... I'm sure that some of my Phillies fans want to check up on the Brewers and check up on the Dodgers. I'm sure. Those games start at 9:40. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning. And there's a runner on over at first. There are a total of, I think that there's 6 late games tonight. Because you got Giants and Cardinals. They're on at 9:40. You got Angels and Royals. You got Mariners and Rockies. Diamondbacks, Dodgers. And Brewers, Padres. And then you got the Astros and A's, but that game is on at 10. 2 away, bottom of the 8th. A runner on over at first. And Brandon Marsh is up. He's been on base 3 times today. And he looks at strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to him. The ball is 1 strike. And the pitch. Net is outside for a ball. Can we even catch the Brewers at this point? I mean, technically, yes, we can. There's a chance. We have to win all of our games, though. And they would have to lose 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, and that's low for ball 2 to Brandon Marsh. Two balls, 1 strike to Brandon Marsh. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-1 pitch. That misses outside for ball 3. And so the count is 3-1. The 3-1 offering. There's a fly ball hit out over towards left center field. That's going to be caught, though, by Javier Sanoja for out number 3. It's time for the Tarantula to come on in. And he will try to cool the fire and shut the door. All right, let's go. Drop the Geronimo's. Drop them. Drop them, drop them, drop them. Bring out your spiders. Bring out the Geronimo's members. You should see his picture. That's what I want to see. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, that felt good. Let's go. The Mets just tied it. Oh my gosh. The Mets just tied up the game. They were down 6-1. They put up 5 runs in the 5th. 5 in the 5th. Nimmo hit a 3-run homer. Alonso had a 2-run single. And they have come back out at Wrigley Field. Wow. They've came back. All right, let's go. Let's go, Chad. Let's go. They tied it up since the Reds were going to lose. By the way, the Red Sox are also up 4-1 against Toronto. Yankees are down 2-1 to the White Sox. A lot of dramatic finishes. Wow. All right, Duran is going to go out there to pitch for Philadelphia. All right. He will go out there for the 9th inning. And he will be closing it for the Phillies. As far as his stats go, he has a 1.99 ERA, 77 strikeouts, 31 total saves on the season. And this will be his, if he is able to convert here, this will be his 90th save of his career. So, 70 games played for Duran. He's 7-6 on the season. And has a 1.07 whip as well. With the Phillies, though, his ERA is at a 1.93, and he's 15 for 17 in save opportunities. He has only walked one batter in 21 games. He has thrown 18 2/3 of an inning. So we'll face Connor Norby to lead things off here in the top of the 9th inning. Duran gets sit above the belt. He kicks, he deals, and the first pitch is called a strike. That was a splitter that hit the upper third of the zone. The ball is 1 strike to Connor Norby. 0 for 3 he is with 2 groundouts and a strikeout. The 0-1 pitch. That's off the plate for a ball. That was at 99 miles per hour. In his last outing, he did give up an earned run. That was on Sunday. The 1-1 pitch. That's called strike 2. Nice knuckle curve thrown there to catch the inner third of the zone. One ball, 2 strikes. Duran gets the signs, kicks, fires, swing and a miss. 102 in the gun. Throwing the high heat. Right down the middle. Disgusting on that fastball. And he got Norby down on one knee. And he will go back to the dugout with 1 away. 1 gone here in the top of the 9th. And Heriberto Hernandez comes up and he fouls off the first pitch. That was a splitter, and JT has to walk it off. I believe it got a little piece of his bare hand. "102. 102, man. That was fouled off of his bare hand. That's gotta hurt. Gosh. So the trainers are checking up on JT to make sure that he's okay. And Rob, of course, is out there too. That thing was fouled right off of his bare hand. Saw a replay of it, and it got a couple of fingers. Duran is also there to smile and try to make him laugh. JT does take off the mask with his left hand, trying to put pressure on it. The Guardians won. Unbelievable. Cleveland is now tied with Detroit for the AL Central. They're tied. It's the final week of baseball. And they are tied. The Guardians were 15 and a half games out. Have now caught the Tigers. And the Guardians also, by the way, have the tiebreaker. It's unbelievable. So 1 out, top of the 9th. No balls, 1 strike. Who's coming on for Diamond Zone? Nobody answered my question. I didn't see it. I saw a couple people answer that question. JT is going to stay out there, and Duran's going to throw a couple of warm-up pitches to him. Let's go. Come on, JT. That has got to hurt. Really. This guy is literally Iron Man behind the plate. The ball's 1 strike, and there's 1 out in the top of the 9th. Hernandez steps back into the box. Duran comes set, kicks, delivers, and the pitch is fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes. Let's go. Thought the Tigers had their division locked up. I guess everybody else did too. Let's go. No balls, 2 strikes. Phillies fans starting to get on their feet. 1 away, top of the 9th. The 0-2 pitch, and there's a fly ball. Hit out to deep left field. That's going back towards the track. Does Marsh have room? He does not, and we're tied. Unbelievable. Heriberto Hernandez got a fastball down the middle. And it's a 3-3 ball game. And there will be a bottom of the 9th inning out in Philadelphia. Right down the middle. And Hernandez, I'm telling you, this guy is going to have a heck of a career. Just a nice swing. Bad pitch thrown by Duran, though. And it's now 3-3. Xavier Edwards is up, and the first pitch that he takes is high for a ball. One ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. Bouncing ball hit over to shortstop. Stop backhands it. The throw over to first, not in time. It also drew Kemp off the bag over at first. So a runner on over at first here in the top of the 9th with 1 out. Stott did everything he could on that play, too. Now you got to watch out for Edwards and his speed. That's the 2nd homer he's given up in the month. The pitch. That's a foul ball. Edwards was looking to go on over to second base. He got a good jump. Now it's to go back over to first. That's just the 3rd homer that he has allowed this year. The 3rd one. His first homer that he allowed was on July 22nd. The ball is 1 strike. The toss back over to first. And it's not in time. Otto Kemp also dropped the ball, too. Edwards is going to try to shake it off. He's holding on to his lower back. Let's take a look. He was way off the bag. It hit him right on the right side of his lower back. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. No balls. 1 strike. It was 3-2 Phillies, and Heriberto Hernandez tied it up on 1 swing. Also, by the way, Sanchez will not get the win. The ball is 1 strike to Eric Wagaman. And the 0-1 is outside for a ball. I believe that was done on purpose. Edwards dancing off at first again. Edwards will go. The 1-1 pitch, another foul ball. Edwards is like, you got to be kidding me. Wagaman today, 1 for 3. He has never faced Duran before. One ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch. There's a bouncing ball hit over towards second base. The throw over to first is in time. They won't have a chance to get the Edwards out at second because he was running. And so there's 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Got to get that final out. But Edwards does advance over to second. Now Griffin Conine is going to step on up to the plate. Here's the pitch to Conine. That misses outside for a ball. 34 more subs, baby. Let's go. 34 more until we get to 7,500. 1 ball, no strikes. Duran kicks and deals, and there's a fly ball hit out over towards center field. It's playable. Bader's there, waits for it, makes the catch, and it's time to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Well, the Phillies are going to have to walk it off. JT will come on up. Kepler and Wilson are also due up in the batting order, too. Again, we don't know if Harper is going to be available to pinch hit. Remember, he was not in the lineup tonight due to illness, according to Rob Thompson. But he said that he didn't know if he was available or not to pinch hit. I'm going to read you the Phillies lineup today. 1 for 4, Bader. Schwarber, 1 for 4. Bohm, 0 for 4. Marsh, 1 for 2 with 2 walks. JT, 0 for 3. Kepler, 1 for 3. Wilson, 1 for 3. Stott, 0 for 3. And Kemp, 1 for 3. Just a Kyle Schwarber solo homer and a 2-run shot by Otto Kemp. That's all the offense. And the Marlins were down 3-0. They put up 2 runs in the 8th inning thanks to an RBI single by Liam Hicks. And they call it a throwing error by Harrison Bader. Just a terrible misjudge, though, from Wilson, too. That's what caused the extra run to score off of David Robertson. And then Heriberto Hernandez had a solo homer off of Joan Duran. Keep hitting the like button. Keep subscribing to the channel. Let's go. Let's go. This is 9:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Still can get it to extras, absolutely. But let's try to walk it off. Rafael Marchand is going to pinch hit. And by the way, it is raining. So they will take JT out of the game. Calvin Foucher is going to go out there to pitch for Miami. He's 15 for 20 in save opportunities. This is not a save situation, though. His ERA is at a 3.38. And he will be facing Rafael Marchand. There's the home plate umpire, Vic Carapazza, starting the pour now in Philly. Marchand batting on the left side, takes the first pitch in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Marchand, 2 for 6 as a pinch hitter. 0-1, and there's a line drive back up the middle for a base hit. Marchand gets aboard and starts the bottom of the 9th off with a bang. Let's go. Dara, thank you so much for the sub. All right. Here comes Max Kepler. Kepler will show bunt, and that is a foul ball as the rain continues to come on down, drip by drip, but it is coming down fast. No balls, one strike. Foucher looks for the signs. Fans throwing on the trash bags. Kepler shows bunt again, and the 0-1, that was high, but it's called strike two. It was a good pitch, but it was above the zone, and Kepler will call for time. That was way up high. Wow. They are going to bring the tarp out. They're going to bring the tarp out, and we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for this game to finish. Unreal. So there's the grounds crew. They're bringing out the tarp. They just brought out the mound tarp, and the grounds crew are going to put the tarp out on the field. And we are going to be in a rain delay in this bottom of the ninth inning. I kid you not. That's insane. So we will have to wait and see what time the game will start and how things are going to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a step off, and I'm going to get everything ready for Diamond Zone. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get the laptop up and running. I'll get the iPad up and running. But yes, they just put the tarp out on the field, and we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to see how this game ends. It's definitely suspenseful. This leaves you on a cliffhanger. Hate to do this to you guys, but I will be right back. All right, what's going on, everybody? We are currently in a rain delay right now. Phillies are taking on the Marlins. They had a 3-0 lead, and then the Marlins put up 2 runs in the 8th, and then they tied it up in the top of the 9th. So the Phillies are in the bottom of the 9th, but they will have to wait just a little bit longer to see what the final result of this game will be. We just don't know, but they are currently tied up 3-3, and so in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of Diamond Zone. We were actually going to do it after the game, but we're going to do it now, and that sort of does mess some things up. But yes, 3-3, bottom of the 9th. Rafael Marchand got on with a single, and Max Kepler is up. The count is 0-2. All right. Let's get things up and running on the iPad. Bear with me for 1 second. White Sox do have a 2-1 lead. That game is against the New York Yankees. Disconnect this. Let's try this. All right, here's the scores around Major League Baseball right now. Okay, so we're going to do that really quickly. Where are the scores? So here's the Phillies score. The other games we got going on, we got Orioles up 6-0 against the Tampa Bay Rays. The Guardians did win against the Tigers. Again, they're now tied for the lead in the AL Central. The Pirates did beat the Reds. 4-2 was the final score there. Mets are up 7-6. They were down 6-1. And it's now a 7-6 ball game. New York is out in front. That game is in the bottom of the 6th. Red Sox have a 4-1 lead in the top of the 8th against Toronto. The Yankees are down 2-1 in the top of the 9th. So we'll go there soon too. Braves beat the Nationals 3-2 is the final score there. And the Twins are up 2-1 against the Texas Rangers. That game is in the top of the 5th. In just 4 minutes, we got Royals and Angels about ready to get started. Then we got Rockies, Mariners, Dodgers, Diamondbacks. It's all at 9:40. Brewers, Padres, Cardinals, Giants, and Astros and A's. So, again, once we find out what time the game is going to get started back up, we will definitely let you know. But without further ado, I guess let's just go over to this Yankees game to see if the White Sox can try to extend their lead. Why is this not showing up? There it is. All right. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day on the season. Having a very fantastic day. Nicholas wants to know, how long do rain delays last? Well, until the rain stops. That's how long it lasts. When does it stop raining? I don't know. Ask Mother Nature. Top of the 9th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lenyn Sosa is up at the plate. Just kidding, by the way. I hope that you took that as a joke. Toss back over to second. And that's not in time. I really didn't mean that. But yeah, I really don't know. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lenyn Sosa in this White Sox game. And the 1-2 is a foul ball. They're in the top of the 9th. The Phillies and the Marlins are tied. Yep. That's right, Jackson. JJ, how you feeling tonight, my friend? I'm happy to see you. I'm very happy to see you, my friend. What's going on? A little bit annoyed at the Phillies. Again, they had a 3-0 lead. Now we got to wait a little bit longer just to get this game over with. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, and the throw over to first is in time on the drop strike 3, and there's out number 1. in the top of the 9th inning out in New York. What's up? All right. Once we have an update, I'm sure that you guys will hear about it on Twitter. I'm not being skeptical here. Once we have an update, I will let you know. I'm not going to say an hour. I'm not going to say a half hour. I'm not going to say 10 minutes. I don't know. The weather says one thing, but the Phillies, of course, will make the announcement. For sure. Top of the 9th, 1 ball, no strikes. Robertson is up at the plate. That's Will Robertson. And he swings and misses at the pitch. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, in just a little bit, we will have the Dodgers taking on the Diamondbacks. And then we got Mariners against Rockies. Brewers against Padres, 2. 1 ball, 1 strike to Will Robertson. And the pitch is taken for strike 2. So it is 1-2. But chat, let me ask you this. Advantage Phillies or advantage Marlins with this rain delay? Advantage Phillies or Marlins with this rain delay? One ball, 2 strikes. Luke Weaver on the mound facing Will Robertson. And the 1-2 is a foul ball. That one goes out of play. Blue Jays are also back on. They currently trail 4-1 to the Boston Red Sox. One ball, 2 strikes. Weaver gets set at the logo. And the 1-2 pitch, it's low and outside for ball 2. Let's go in the Storm. Marlins have always been Philly killers. Absolutely. The Phillies are 7-3 against them, though, on the season. But I hear you. 2-2 pitch. Fly ball. Hit over towards shallow center field. And Volpe gets under it. He'll make the catch. And there's 2 away in the top of the 9th. Out in the Bronx. In the Blue Jays game, they got 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. And nobody on. Again, they're down to their final. They're down by 3-2. I can't speak tonight. Volpe will be up in the bottom of the 9th for the Yankees. Weaver facing Fletcher here. And the pitch is taken for a strike. David Fletcher. Still in the league. I believe it's also starting to rain in New York now, too. No balls, 1 strike. Weaver looks back at second, now back to the plate, and the 0-1 is taken low for a ball. By the way, the Cubs do have a runner on over at first. We'll go there, too. Just to try to check up on them. Dominic Fletcher is up for the White Sox. The 1-1, and there's a swing and a miss. So that makes the count now 1-2. Hold on, let me look outside. Gosh, you guys are so funny. One ball, 2 strikes. Weaver gets set. And I'll have to reset. All right, it's 2 balls, 1 strike here to Ian Happ. Again, there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. And the 2-1 thrown from Rogers is outside for ball 3. Fletcher's 1-2 pitch. Foul ball. Blue Jays have now 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 gone there. Big pitch to Happ, and that's down for ball 4. So the Cubs have the tying run over at second. Back to the White Sox game really quickly. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch. Chopper hit over to first base, and the throw back over to the pitcher is in time. And so Volpe will lead off the bottom of the 9th inning once the Yankees do return to play. All right, back to this Cubs game. Bottom of the 6th, 2 runners on, 2 outs, and Seiya Suzuki is up, and he will call for time. Next pitch, ground ball, base hit up the middle, and the Cubs will tie it back. Suzuki comes through in the clutch and grounds a base hit up the middle and tells Cubs fans to stand back up. Runners over at first and second yet again. Okay. Here's the pitch, and that is a foul ball. No balls, 1 strike. Keep it clean in the chat. Carson Kelly is up. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, a stolen base, and a run scored. It's now tied 7-7 out at Wrigley Field. 0-1 pitch, ground ball back over towards the mound. Rogers has it. He'll get the easy out over at first. And we are going to go to the top of the 7th inning, tied at 7-all. All right. With that, we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th out in the Bronx. Okay. Bottom of the 9th coming on up here. Michael A. Taylor is going to play out in center field for the White Sox. And the Yankees are trying to win. Bottom of the 9th, Volpe is up. First pitch, swing and a miss. And the count is 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to Anthony Volpe. Red Sox just started off their top of the 9th inning against the Toronto Blue Jays. Volpe 1 for 3, singled back in the second. Again, in case you're tuning on in, the Phillies are in a rain delay. 1-1 to Volpe. Line drive, base hit out to left center field. And so Volpe takes a wide turnover at first. He'll hold right there. And the Yankees have the leadoff man aboard in the bottom of the 9th. Wow. So Volpe is on. Also, just to update you very quickly on the other games. Dodgers have 2 outs in the top of the 1st. These are the late games that just got started. Mariners are on 2. You got the Royals up 1-0 against the Angels. The Brewers have 2 outs and a runner on over at first. And the Giants and Cardinals just got started. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Austin Wells. That's outside for ball 2. Welcome on into the Diamond Zone. Austin Wells is up. Volpe is over at first. 2 balls, no strikes. Wells is the winning run. Eisert pitching for Chicago, and the 2-0 pitch is just low for ball 3. And so it is now 3 balls, no strikes. Grisham is up next. Probably should go get the charger. The 3-0 pitch on the way, and there's a called strike right down the middle. By the way, for the Mets, Pete Alonso is up. And Alonso grounds the first pitch over to third. It's picked up by the third baseman Shaw, and the throw over to first is in time for out number 1 there. 3-1 to Wells. The pitch, it's popped up. It's hit right behind home plate, but it's going to go out of play. And the count is 3-2. John, the game was tied. It was tied. It was no balls, 2 strikes. It was raining very hard. With 1 out and a runner on over at first. They probably didn't know if it was going to go to extras or what not. It was raining very hard, though. 3-2 is the count. The toss back over to first is not in time. In the Mets game, Nimmo is up. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike to him. Hit that 3-run homer his last time up. 3-2 to Wells. He's 1 for 3. Iser gets set at the belt. And the payoff pitch. There's a fly ball hit out over towards right field. It's a foul ball, though. Wells knew it. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Big pitch coming up. Nimmo's pitch is grounded over towards the right side, and the throw over to first is in time. Wells lines a single out to right, and so that puts runners on at first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th inning for the Yankees. That was at the knees. Wells able to line it out to right field. And so he's on over at first base. Yankees have runners on, and they are doing some damage, and now Grisham is up at the plate. Big spot here for Trent Grisham. Viento struck out for the Mets. And they're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. And we'll update you on the games that just started in a little bit. Judge waits in the on-deck circle. Got to focus on getting Trent Grisham out here. If the Yankees win, they're in the playoffs. The first pitch to Grisham. There's a ground ball hit over to second. The throw over to shortstop, there's 1. The throw to first, there's 2. That's a double play. The tying run now over at third. And I believe that they're going to walk Judge and swipe left. As they probably should. Yep, they put up 4 fingers, and Judge will head on over to first base. Can't believe that they got Grisham to ground into a double play. Can you believe that? So now Cody Bellinger is up. And again, the tying run's over at third. That's Anthony Volpe. Judge over at first. He's the winning run. Bellinger up at the plate. Yankees fans on their feet. First pitch to Bellinger, and that is low and outside for ball 1. The Red Sox and the Jays are on. We'll put this game up here. One ball, 1 strike to Cody Bellinger. Get rid of this Blue Jays game. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch. That's taken for ball 2. Padres did get their leadoff man aboard. 2 balls, 1 strike to Cody Bellinger. 2 away, bottom of the 9th. And the 2-1, swing and a miss. Yankees down to their final strike. Two-two pitch. That's down and away for ball 3. Cubs are also back on. They're in the bottom of the 7th. Michael Busch is up. The count is 0-2 to him. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch on the way. That ball's popped up behind the plate, but it's a foul ball. And Bellinger lives to see another day. Ohtani's pitching for the Dodgers. They just ended the first inning, and they're going to go to the top of the 2nd. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Cody Bellinger. The payoff pitch. That's up high. That's going to get away from the catcher. The run will score, and we're tied 2-2. Wow. Unbelievable. A wild pitch ties it up in the Bronx. They had him right there, and they walked Bellinger, and a wild pitch allows the runner to score. There's one Yankees girl. She's high-fiving her dad, and she is so happy. Wow. That's insane. 2-2 in the bottom of the 9th inning, and a base hit now wins it for the Yankees. So that means Stanton's now coming up. But they will have a pitch and change first. All right. Let's go back over to this Mets-Cubs game. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Cubs and Mets are tied 7-7. 3-2 pitch. There's a chopper hit over to first, and the tag is made in plenty of time for out number 1. Oh, man. That's what happens when you pin your hopes on the White Sox, says Captain Eagle Auto. That's insane. No spoilers in the chat. Jojo, if that was a spoiler, you're going to get timed out the next time that happens, mate. Cardinals, by the way, do have a 3-0 lead against the Giants. So the Giants not off to the best start, as their season is on the line tonight, too. That game is a playoff game. That is legitimately a playoff game. The Blue Jays also, it's a 4-1 game, and they're in their bottom of the 9th inning against the Boston Red Sox. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa facing Aroldis Chapman, and the pitch is taken 1 ball, 1 strike. We could put that Giants-Cardinals game on. We could do that. Two balls, 1 strike. Chapman on the mound trying to shut the door. Padres are also threatening to score. They got runners on over at first and second. The 3-1 pitch from Chapman. That's taken for strike 2. Teoscar Hernandez just hit a solo home run in the Dodgers-Diamondbacks game, and the Dodgers have a 1-0 lead. Darn it. Not good for the Phillies. 3-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards the right field side. That's a foul ball, though. The good news, though, is that the Padres have bases loaded in the bottom of the first against the Milwaukee Brewers. That's great news. So Ramon Laureano just got on with a single, and he is aboard. All right, let's go back to this Yankees game. They're in the bottom of the ninth. They're tied up 2-2. It's 1-1 to Jose Caballero. And the pitch is a foul ball. Two outs, bottom of the ninth. 1-2 strikes to Caballero. Wilson is on the mound. That's Justin Wilson. Three seconds left on the pitch clock. The 1-2 to Caballero is down for ball two. And by the way, Kiner Falefa still battling in his at-bat for Toronto. It's still a 3-2 count there. Two balls, two strikes to Caballero. The 2-2 pitch. Another foul ball. And another foul ball to Kiner Falefa as well. We're also looking to see if the Padres can try to get on the board here with the bases loaded. And one out. Let's go back to the Yankees game first. Two balls, two strikes. The pitch, here it comes. Another foul ball. Now, Kiner Falefa did just ground out, and there's one away in the Blue Jays game. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan O'Hearn in the Padres game. The next pitch, there's a line drive, hit out to right field. Grand slam for San Diego. 4-0 Padres. Let's go. Phillies fans will be happy to hear that. Two balls, 2 strikes to Caballero, and the next pitch, and that ball is fouled off again towards the right side, and it will go out of play. Blue Jays are now down to their final outs, and Chapman needs one more out to get the save. The Cubs are also trying to take the lead in the bottom of the 7th. All right, 2-2 is the count to Caballero. Yankees trying to win it. Wilson with the 2-2 pitch on the way. There's a fly ball hit out to shallow center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Taylor's throw to the plate is not in time. The Yankees are going to the playoffs. Jose Caballero with an RBI single out to center, and the Yankees come back and beat the White Sox 3-2. Wow. Crazy. By the way, back to this Toronto game really quickly, and then we'll check up on the Mets. But again, the Blue Jays are down to their final outs. So the Yankees come back and win. They're heading to the playoffs. Aaron Boone is absolutely celebrating. Here's the 2-0 to Springer. And there's a fly ball hit out to left field, and the Red Sox win. And they beat the Blue Jays by a score of 4-1. So that game is done too. All right, so that one is also over, so we can get rid of that game. I think that the Red Sox have to win tomorrow, and then they're in. That's how it works. So let's put Colorado, San Diego up here, right? Yeah, we'll do that. Minnesota and Texas are still on, but yeah, we'll put Colorado and San Diego up here. Bryce Johnson sends one out to left field, but that's going to be caught, and the inning is over. So the Padres do lead it 4-0. All right. The Mets, what happened in that game? They are in a pitching change right now. Pete Crow Armstrong is coming up to the plate. And so there is a pitching change going on there. I'm actually going to take a very quick step off. I have to go get my charger. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, Mets and Cubs are in the bottom of the 7th. Again, there's runners over at first and second. Cubs trying to get the lead back. PCA is up, and the 1-1 is outside for ball 2. Got the Giants on taking on the Cardinals. 3-0 there. Again, still have not heard about a time yet on when the Phillies game will resume. Bottom of the 7th, 2 balls, 1 strike to Pete Crow Armstrong, and the pitch, swing and a miss. Wow. Two balls, 2 strikes to Pete Crow Armstrong. So the Yankees are in the playoffs. They just got in. Big pitch coming up to PCA. Brooks Raley is pitching. The 2-2 pitch to PCA. Swing and a miss. And the inning is over. So the Mets and Cubs are going to the 8th inning, tied up 7-7. And they'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, and so with that, we're going to go around Major League Baseball. And we're going to go to these other scores here, because a lot of the games now are still in their early windows, because the 9:40 games just got started. We also had the final game just get started too. That's A's and Astros. So here are the scores. The other game that's going on that's still in the middle of its presence, besides the Phillies are still towards the end. The Twins and the Rangers. It's 4-1 Minnesota against the Texas Rangers. The Royals do have a 2-0 lead. That game is in the top of the 2nd. You got Rockies and Mariners. That's in the top of the 2nd. Colorado has their go-ahead run over at third base. The Dodgers have a 1-0 lead. That game's in the bottom of the 2nd, too, as well. You also have Padres and Brewers. Ryan O'Hearn just hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 1st to put San Diego up 4-0. The Cardinals lead at 3-0 against the Giants. Again, this is a must-win game for the both of these teams. Whoever loses, I believe, is out. So the Astros are also playing the A's, and that is in the top of the 1st right now as we speak. So those are all the games going on right now. So I guess that with all that said, we'll go to the bottom of the second out in Arizona. Shohei Ohtani is pitching. It's no balls, one strike to Ildemaro Vargas. And again, the Phillies, just to catch you up on that really quickly, that game is in the bottom of the ninth. They're in a rain delay. It's no balls, two strikes to Max Kepler. And a runner on over at first. By the way, that Yankees win also gets them closer to the Blue Jays for the division as well. It was also big from that perspective, too. No balls, two strikes to Ildemaro Vargas. The 1-2 pitch, ground ball it back over to Shohei Ohtani, and the inning is over. The Dodgers and the Diamondbacks are going to go to the third inning. LA leads at 1-0. All right, so the Padres, they're up 4-0 against the Brewers. And again, once the Phillies game is done, too, we will definitely make sure that we go back to the Dodgers game. And the Brewers game. All right. 2 outs, top of the second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's to Jake Bauers. Randy Vasquez pitching. And the 1-2 is going to bounce in the dirt. Rockies just took a 1-0 lead. They're up 1-0 against the Seattle Mariners. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just a little quick update. A single was hit by the New York Mets, and I believe Luis Angel Acuna is going to be the pinch runner. Looked like it was Brett Beatty that got on. Three-two pitch to Bauers. Down low and inside for ball 4. All right, let's go double diamond here and add in Starling Marte to the mix, as this game is in the top of the 8th. The ball is 1 strike to Marte. He's 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. No balls, 1 strike. Theobar kicks and fires, and Marte pops up a bunt, and that's going to be a basket catch made by Carson Kelly for out number 1. A terrible bunt there by the veteran Starling Marte. And there's 1 away in the top of the 8th inning. Giants are in the bottom of the second. Again, they trail 3-0 to the St. Louis Cardinals. Blake Perkins for the Brewers is up at the plate. No balls, 1 strike to him. And the 0-1 is on the outside corner for strike 2. Jeff McNeil just swung on and missed at a pitch right down the middle. So we're going all over now. We're cutting through. We're taking shortcuts. Theobar kicks and delivers. And the pitch is outside for ball 1 to Jeff McNeil. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jeff McNeil, who's 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. Welcome on into Diamond Zone. If you guys enjoy this cast, make sure you hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. 1 and 2 is the count. Did Arenado just drop that pop-up out over towards the third base side? I mean, he had to run out to left field, turn over his shoulder. I think he did. 1-2 to McNeil. He slaps this one out to center field, and that's going to be caught, though, for out number 2. PCA's throw over to first is going to go over the head of the first baseman. It actually hit the rail, and the catcher was there to back it up. And the runner from first stays put over at first. No updates yet on the Phillies game. None. I did not think that McNeil was going to get out there, but he did. Wasn't even a full swing. And now Francisco Alvarez is up, top of the 8th again. Caleb Thielbar on the mound. Once the Phillies game is back on, we're just going to do the Phillies game, of course, and just see how it ends. 2 outs, top of the 8th. Thielbar kicks and deals, and the pitch is inside for ball 1 to make the count 1-0. Really quickly, just to catch up on the Astros game real quick, as the pitch is going to be taken outside for ball 2. The throw, the second's not in time. It gets by the second baseman, goes out to center field. Acuna will stay put over at second, though. He dove forward and then slipped as he got up. Just to catch up really quickly on this Astros-A's game. They're in the bottom of the first, the A's. 2-0 pitch to Alvarez, and that's in there for a called strike. Two and one to Francisco Alvarez. The windup and the next pitch. That was a strike, but it's called a ball. Hit the outside corner. Gosh. Now it's a 3-ball, 1-strike count to Francisco Alvarez. Go-ahead run over at second. The 3-1 pitch to Alvarez. Swinging a fly ball. Hit out to left center field. That's going back towards the track. And Alvarez gives the Mets the lead. It's now 9-7 New York. Wow. A 2-run shot by Francisco Alvarez. 102 off the bat. And he is all fired up. He just looked into the dugout and said, "Let's go, boys." And he is fired up as he rounds third and comes on in to score. 9-7 Mets. That was a mistake down the middle by Thielbar. Alvarez looked like an absolute bomb that he hit out to left center. Wow. 2 outs, top of the 8th. No balls, 1 strike. Lindor is up at the plate. The tarp came off the field at the Phillies game. They started to cheer when the tarp came off, and then they started booing when Alvarez hit a 2-run home run. That's funny. The ball is 2 strikes to Francisco Lindor. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 0-2 is down and away for a ball. Tonight's game is expected to resume at 10:30. Okay, so you heard it here. 10:30. All right. Arise sends one out to right field. Bye-bye, baseball. 6-0 out in San Diego. Arise hit one off the foul pole, and he just let that crowd explode. Wow. By the way, Shohei Ohtani just took a line drive off of him. Hopefully he's okay. And the runner was safe over at first. The ball did hit his glove, and he looked around to see where it was. Then he had to chase it down with his bare hand and fire it over to first, and it was late. 6-0 Padres. In the bottom of the second. So the Phillies game will resume in 13 minutes. McCann is up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Where's that game? There it is. Again, they're in the bottom of the third. McCann versus Ohtani. Let's go, baby. Don't forget we got Diamond Zone after this. Stay on for that. We'll continue with this once the Phillies game is done. After they come back, we're going to the Phillies game, just focusing on that. And then once the Phillies game is done, it's back to this. 1-0 Dodgers. They're in the bottom of the third. Here's the 1-2 to Bogarts. There's a fly ball hit out over towards left center field. That's going to stay in the yard, though, and that'll be caught for out number 2. So O'Hearn hit a grand slam, and Arraez hit a 2-run shot off the foul pole. All right, Edwin Diaz is going to go out there to face the Cubs as they go to the bottom of the 8th. We'll head on over there. Diaz is a 1.79 ERA. And we'll put the Diamondbacks game back on, too. Here's the 0-1 to Horner, swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes to him in the bottom of the 8th. I don't know why that's a little bit ahead, but it is. Could try to get the page back up. The 0-2, and there's strike 3 called at the knees. And so Diaz gets the first out. All right, in this Diamondbacks game, it is 1 ball, 2 strikes to James McCann. The 1-2 pitch, another foul tip that goes into the glove for strike 3. And there is the first out of the inning. Want to know is the count. Diaz back on the mound for New York. Ian Happ is up. The 1-0. Check swing. Did he go? I believe he did. He most certainly did. One ball, 1 strike. Diaz kicks, fires, swing and a miss. And the count is 1-2. One, 2 on the way. And misses outside for ball 2. So the Phillies game will get started back up pretty soon. Game will resume at 10:30. We're going to get back on the channel at 10:27. The 2-2 pitch, that's inside for ball 3. And so now the count is 3-2 to Ian Happ. Payoff pitch. Foul ball. In the Diamondbacks game, very quickly, it's 1-0 in the bottom of the third. The 1-2 to McCarthy, swing and a miss, and Shohei Ohtani gets another strikeout. There's 2 down there. Rockies have a 1-0 lead against the Mariners. The 3-2 on the way, swing and a miss, and there is out number 2 in Chicago. So the Cubs, 2 strikeouts in the bottom of the 8th inning. Man. So Happ is down on strikes. And Seiya Suzuki is coming up. 1 ball, no strikes to him. Took the pitch inside. Next pitch, there's a fly ball hit out over towards left field. That'll be tracked down, though, by Nimmo just in front of the track for out number 3. And the inning is over. It's time for the Mets and the Cubs to go to the 9th inning. All right. We're going back to Arizona very quickly. It's 1 ball, 1 strike to Geraldo Perdomo. And now the count is 1-2. An update really quickly on the Astros-A's game. It is 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Perdomo's 1-2, swing and a miss, and Ohtani does record the strikeout, and the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers are going to head to the 4th inning, 1-0 LA. Okay, Brewers are also back on. 1 out in the top of the 3rd. All right. Let's go back to this Phillies game that'll resume in 7 minutes, I believe, is when it'll be back on. All right, so I'm going to take a quick step off. Again, we'll continue our Diamond Zone coverage once the Phillies game is done. You'll hear some updates, too, if the game does go into extras or something. We'll keep you updated on what's to come or what's going on in the sport of baseball, of Major League Baseball. But we'll be back in a few. Don't go anywhere. All right, it's time to put the Phillies game back on as they are in the bottom of the ninth inning. It is no balls, 2 strikes, and the Phillies have a runner on over at first base. All right, so it is no balls, 2 strikes to Max Kepler. We'll let you know when the at-bat does resume, but just to let you know how the Phillies got here really quickly. So Kyle Schwarber hit a solo homer in the bottom of the first. That was his 54th of the season. He now needs 4 more to tie Ryan Howard for most in Phillies franchise history in a single season. Howard had 58 back in 06. Otto Kemp, he also hit a 2-run home run. That was out to right field. Made it a 3-0 ball game that was back in the bottom of the second. And Christopher Sanchez was doing really well. 7 innings for him, 3 hits allowed, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, no earned runs. He put you in a position to win this game. David Robertson ended up going 2/3 of an inning. He allowed 3 hits, 1 earned run. He did strike out a batter, but the 2 runs that he allowed were absolutely huge. The 1 RBI base hit, or the 1 solo homer that he did allow, was to Griffin Conine in the top of the 8th inning. And then Liam Hicks had an RBI, or had a single. And then Otto Lopez actually ended up scoring on a throwing error that was made by Harrison Bader. So they threw it over to Wes Wilson. Wilson didn't know if he should play it on a bounce or not. And so he wasn't committed to the play. Should have just caught it before it took a bounce. And the ball ended up getting by him because he just couldn't keep it in front of him. And so that made it 3-2 in the 8th inning. And with 1 out in the top of the 9th, Heriberto Hernandez hit a home run off of Joan Duran. And so that is how we are tied 3-3. Phillies fans are back out there. They're standing on their feet. Again, it's no balls, 2 strikes to Max Kepler. And Marchand is over at first. There's nobody out in the bottom of the 9th inning. Also, just to catch you up really quickly, the Giants have runners on at first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd. Again, that's a playoff game too. Whichever team loses that game is pretty much done. It's a big series. So Kepler is warming up in the on-deck circle. A lot of pinstripes out there as fans are still returning to their seats. All right, chat. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go. All right. Let's get the win. Grounds crew is stomping the dirt over on the mound before the pitcher is going to warm up. Drop all the Phillies emotes in the chat. Let's go. Come on. Drop all the emotes. By the way, the Cubs and the Mets are in the bottom of the 9th now. They are in the bottom of the 9th. Carson Kelly will lead it off for them. All right, so now Peterson is warming up. Again, he'll have to finish the at-bat of the pitcher who was out there last for the Miami Marlins. So he will be out there. Michael Peterson, 13 games with a 4.02 ERA, 15 2/3 of an inning, 16 strikeouts. He's also given up 6 walks. So Calvin Foucher just gave up a hit here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Last Phillies walk-off homer was back in 2023. It was Kyle Schwarber who did it against the Dodgers. No balls, 2 strikes. So Kepler is in the box. Peterson's on the mound. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 0-2 to Kepler, and that's a foul ball. That was a 99-mile-per-hour fastball down the middle. Giants have bases loaded. Nobody out. Ramos is up. The balls, 2 strikes to Max Kepler. The 0-2. That's inside for ball 1. Tell your friends, tell your family members that the Phillies game is back on. Don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Max Kepler. Marchand over at first. The 1-2 pitch to Kepler, that's down and in. Almost hit him on the foot. It was a late appeal. They said he did not go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fans clapping along. Phillies trying to get a walk-off here. The 2-2 pitch, it's high. And what was an 0-2 count is now a 3-2 count. Peterson can't find the zone. Third base line is wide open. And Kepler will call for time. A big payoff pitch coming up to Kepler. Peterson gets set at the belt. And here comes the payoff pitch. A fly ball hit out over towards the left field side. It's hooking into foul ground, and it will go into the seats. The Giants just put up 2 runs. Wow. A big 2-run single. I think it was Heliot Ramos. It was. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Max Kepler. Peterson gets set at the belt. He gets the signs. Shakes his head. The 3-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. And Kepler is down on strikes. He got a cutter that was a little bit low. It was a good pitch. And there is out number 1 in the bottom of the 9th. That was a good pitch. Had a lot of movement. A lot of bite to it for sure. Here's Wes Wilson. 1 out, a runner on at first. And Wilson takes a cutter at the knees for strike 1. How are we doing on the likes, folks? How are we doing on those likes? We're at 299. Let's go. No balls. 1 strike to Wes Wilson. After this, we got Diamond Zone. The 0-1 to West. There's a fly ball hit out over towards left center field. It's going to be playable, and that's going to be caught for out number 2. And Marchand will have to go back over to first base. Orion Kirkering is warming up in the Phillies bullpen. Wilson is retired. And Stott is up now. Stott's 0 for 3. Peterson kicks, fires, and there's a foul ball. It goes out of play. Bryson flied out to left in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 4th, and lined out to center in the 7th inning. 0-1. Peterson's 2nd pitch of the at-bat. It's high and away for ball 1. $312 likes. Let's go. Let's get to 400. 1-1 is the count. Stott in the box. The 1-1 to Stott, and another foul ball that goes out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bryson Stott. We are also 25 subs away from 7,500, folks. Continue to like. Peterson kicks and fires, and the 1-2 is in the dirt and inside, and Stott had to play hopscotch and get out of the way. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. That thing almost hit him. You got Otto Kemp up next. He's 1 for 3 with a 2-run swing. Peterson kicks, fires. Heads up high and away for ball 3. And the count is full. 15 hits in this game, 2 errors, and 6 runs scored combined. You think that Marchand's going to run here? 3-2 pitch to Stott. That ball's popped up into foul territory. Get out of play. It most certainly will. Three balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 9th. 2 away. Peterson gets set at the belt. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the payoff pitch to Stott. There's a fly ball hit out over towards shallow center field, but that's going to be caught for out number 3. And we are going to extra innings out at Citizens Bank Park. Free baseball coming up out at the bank. And the Phillies and Marlins will be back in just a few seconds. Okay. So just to update you on what's going on throughout the rest of baseball, the Mets did win. They came back. They were down 6-1, and they ended up winning by a final score of 9-7. The Twins and the Rangers, if the Rangers lose, they're eliminated. They are done. They're in the bottom of the 8th. The Royals are up 2-0 against the Angels. That game is in the bottom of the 4th. You got Rockies playing the Mariners, 1-0 Colorado. There's a 1-0 game out in the desert. That's going to the 5th inning. Padres are beating the Brewers 6-0. The Giants and the Cardinals are tied 3-3. They were down 3-0, and they could potentially take the lead if Chapman hits a sac fly here or something. And the Astros and the A's are tied 1-1. But, of course, we're going to go back to Philadelphia as the game will go to the top of the 10th. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. We're at 320 likes. I want us to get to 400 now, folks. I want us to get to 400 likes. The algorithm is really, really helping us tonight. And this actually, the rain delay really worked out for the channel because we got more people seeing what we do with Diamond Zone. Check out Diamond Zone, man. It's a lot of fun. That's basically what we do is we go around throughout different games and we figure out what's the best highlights in real time. It's like NFL Red Zone, but we do it for baseball. And I really hope that you guys enjoy that because I've been doing it for a while. And I've been really trying to get more people into it because nobody else is doing it. And I wanted to start a trend. So if you like it, stay on because we're going to do more once the Phillies game is over. Speaking of the Phillies, Orion Kerkering will make his 67th appearance of the season right now. The Giants just took the lead. 4-3. Wow. All right. Griffin Conine's over at second. And up to bat is Javier Sanoja. At least his spot is. It'll be Johnston that's up instead. And Johnston stares at ball 1. Down and in. Phillies were up 3-0. Schwarber and Kemp had homers. Kemp's was a 2-run shot. 1-0 pitch that misses outside for ball 2. Conine hit a home run in the 8th inning. Hicks had a single. And then Lopez on the same play scored on a throwing error by Bader. And Heriberto Hernandez tied it up on a solo shot. 2 balls, 1 strike as Johnson fouls off the next pitch. It was a 2-0 pitch. So now it's 2 balls, 1 strike. Troy Johnston, .277 average, 4 homers on the 2025 campaign. He went 0 for 2 in his last game, which was on Sunday against the Texas Rangers, but the game before that he had a 2-run home run. Kerkering kicks, deals, and the pitch is high for ball 3. Johnston has never faced Orion before until this very moment in time. Rafael Marchand is in for JT Realmuto. Orion, 24 years old. He's been shaky. 3-1 pitch, and that is down and away for ball 4. Up high and away, I should say. And that'll put runners on at first and second. Kerkering has not looked good in his last 3 outings. He's given up 1 run in each of those outings. That's why I said that he's been shaky. So the ghost runner's over at second. Otto Lopez is up and he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike. 24 more subs. Let's go. The 0-1 pitch. It's off the plate. Orion has 141 career strikeouts and 123 innings of work. 1-1 pitch. Foul ball towards the left side. Otto's had a very good day offensively, Otto Lopez, that is. But not a good day defensively. He made an error over at short in that 8th inning. Conine at second. 1-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. And Johnston over at first. Lopez is 3 for 8 this season in extra innings. 1-2 pitch. A breaking ball that misses down for ball 2. Lopez trying to lock in. So is Orion Kerkering, who will win the battle. The 2-2 pitch. There's a fly ball hit out over towards center field. Bader goes back towards the track. Will have room to make the catch. The runner from second, Conine, tags up from second, heads on over to third. And there's 1 out in the top of the 10th with runners at the corners. So they got the out. And Conine able to tag up. And now Agustin Ramirez is coming up to the plate. The Marlins, we mentioned this before, they've won 13 of their last 14 games. And excuse me, this is Liam Hicks pinch hitting because Agustin Ramirez got taken out. So Hicks is up, and the pitch is fouled out of play. That was a fastball at 99 miles per hour down the pike. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell icons, folks. The ball's 1 strike. Kirk kicks, deals, and it's outside. Marchand goes on over the signs. It's pretty empty now at CBP. The 1-1 pitch. Foul ball towards the left side and out of play. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 12 minutes so far. First pitch got started at 6:45. 1-2 pitch. There's a line drive out to right field for a base hit, and the Marlins will go on top 4-3. And runners are at the corners once again. So Hicks comes through, and the Phillies are down by 1. The ghost runner came home. The unfortunate news, though, is that now you have runners at first and third yet again. Jacob Marcy comes up, and he fouls off the pitch. Just get a double play here. The ball is 1 strike to Jacob Marcy. Regardless if they win or lose, we're still doing Diamond Zone after this. The 0-1 swing and a miss, and so the count is 0-2. Five seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 0-2 pitch, another foul ball. If there's any quote-unquote good news for the Phillies, they have 9-1-2 due up in the batting order when they return. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Foul ball. Ten seconds left on the pitch clock. Marcy today 0 for 4. The 0-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball. That sweeper is really not getting a lot of velocity to it. It's just not dipping. He is not getting good control. Really, that's what it is. Looks very flat. 1-2 on the way. There's a ground ball hit over to third. The throw to second. There's one. That's all that they're going to get. And another run will score to make it now a 5-3 ball game in the top of the 10th. Bohm had to hurry up there. There was no chance that he was going to get the runner out over at home. Marcy did a good job getting it on over towards that left side. And Bohm actually gloved it he gloved it over to second base. Wilson was not going to be able to get the runner out at first. Toss back over to first. That's not in time. Connor Norby is up. 5 unanswered runs scored by Miami. The pitch is taken down for a ball. The throw over the second base. That's going to get on by the second baseman. And it bounces on over towards short. It actually hit the bag at second. And then it just popped up in the air right in front of Bryson Stott. And that'll put a runner on over at third. So the Marlins are providing pressure against the Phillies. That was a bad throw by Rafael Marchand. And Wes Wilson just continues to struggle defensively over at second base. He's not a second baseman. Still not a good throw by Rafael Marchand. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That is in there for strike 1. 21 more subs. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. 1 ball, 1 strike to Connor Norby. And the pitch. There's a fly ball hit over towards right field. It's playable for Kepler. And he'll be there to make the catch. So the Phillies will send the tying run up to the plate as they go to the bottom of the 10th. It'll be Otto Kemp due on up. Harrison Bader and Kyle Schwarber will follow. All right, still not done. Still in over. Let's go. It still is not over. Just gotta swing for the fences, though. You gotta swing for the fences here. Hit that thumbs up button, folks. Subscribe to the channel. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. I hope that you're all doing well. It ain't done yet. Gotta believe. You gotta believe. And the top of the order's coming up. All right. Okay. So it'd be great if they could get to Alec Bohm and Brandon Marsh. That'd be really, really nice. I'm still not done on them yet. Got to play all the outs. Well, Dominic Canzoni, just a 2-run shot for the Mariners. Insane. All right, Chad, I want to thank you all so much for being on here. Hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell icons. Larry says, oh, it's over. If the Phillies win, I need to see you eat a shoe. If they win, you need to send me a picture of you eating a shoe. It's an inside joke, by the way. Jojo Bears, thank you so much for the sub. So Peterson is going to continue the pitch for Miami. Stott will be the ghost runner. He's going to be over at second base. Again, Sanchez went 7 innings, allowed no runs, just 3 hits. Kemp went yard for the first time in the second. First pitch to Otto. There's a line drive hit out to right center field. That's going to be caught, though, for out number 1. And Stott makes it back to second. 1 pitch, 1 away. It was a rocket. Just hit right over to Jacob Marcy. And Harrison Bader is due up next. Bader singled in the 8th. He's 1 for 4. Pitch to Bader. There's a line drive hit out to right field, and that's going to be caught, too, for out number 2. So 2 pitches and 2 outs, 2 hard shots. And Kyle Schwarber, it's all up to him. All right. They will intentionally walk Kyle Schwarber and instead will take their chances on Alec Bohm. And they will put in the pinch runner for Kyle. Wow. I'm shocked. So Garrett Stubbs will be the pinch runner for Schwarber. So the tying run's over at first, and the winning run is up at the plate. All right, Peterson gets set at the belt. First pitch to Bohm, and that is low for a ball. Charge! 1 ball, no strikes to Alec Bohm. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock, and there's the 1-0 pitch. There's a line drive hit out to center field. That'll get down for a base hit. And so the Phillies will get Stott home, and Alec Bohm makes it a 1-run ball game. Stubbs is over at second, And so the tying run is now in scoring position. Alright, it's a 5-4 game. Good swing by Alec. And now it's Brandon Marsh coming up. But before that, Peterson, his night is done. And the Marlins will make another pitching change. This team. Remember, Stubbs came on in the pinch run for Kyle Schwarber. So Schwarber's night is done. Up now is Brandon Marsh. I really can't believe that they decided to intentionally walk Kyle just to face Bohm. I don't know if that was a wise decision or not. But good for Bohm. Phillies have hit the ball really hard in this inning. All right, after this, we got Diamond Zone. We got over 300 likes now. Let's get to 400. We're at 347. Phillies down 5-4 in the bottom of the 10th. While we're in this break, we'll give you a little recap. Phillies had a 3-0 lead. Schwarber and Kemp homered. Griffin Cohenine hit a solo shot in the 8th inning. And then the Marlins got another run on an error after Hicks singled. Bader made a throwing error. Nick Castellanos is coming up to the plate against Josh Simpson. Oh, my goodness. Casty will pinch hit for Brandon Marsh. Wow. Oh, yeah. Talk about a gamble. First pitch to Nick, and it's a foul ball. Simpson is pitching for the Marlins, by the way. And just to finish up really quickly, Hernandez hit a game-tying homer in the 9th. Hicks and Marcy each had RBIs in the top of the 10th, and Bohm had an RBI single in the bottom of the 10th. 0-1 is the count to Castellanos, and here's the 0-1, and that's fouled off. And Casty down to his final strike. No balls, 2 strikes to Nick Castellanos. Five seconds left on the pitch clock. And here's the 0-2, and that's down for ball 1. Casty has 7 career walk-off hits. His last was an RBI single back in 2021. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Nick Castellanos. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. There's a ground ball hit over towards the third base side. It's a foul ball. It's a foul ball. Casty will have to go back to the plate. He's hitting .254, Nick Castellanos. Josh Simpson with an 8.23 ERA. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Simpson kicks, fires outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Nick Castellanos. The 2-2 pitch on the way. There's a ground ball foul again towards the third base side. That time he got a changeup. Fans holding on, holding hands with one another. It's so cute. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Simpson kicks, fires, and that's down for ball 3. What was an 0-2 count is now a full count to Nick Castellanos. 7 pitches in this at-bat to Nick Castellanos. They're down 5-4. Stubbs at second. You got the winning run over at first. And time will be called by Simpson. Three balls, 2 strikes. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Simpson with the payoff pitch. There's a line drive. Base hit out to left center field. Stubbs rounding third. He'll score. Punch. Counter punch. And runners are at the corners for Philadelphia. Magic in the air. What an at-bat by Castellanos. After being down in the count 0-2, he worked his way up to a full count, got a mistake out over the middle of the plate, and punched it out to center. And Marchand is coming up. A base hit wins the game. The pitch is up high for ball 1. And Casty does advance on over to second base. Oh, it's over. I saw that quote. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Marchand, and that catches the outside corner for a strike. We ain't done yet. One ball, 1 strike to Rafael Marchand. A base hit wins the game. The 1-1 pitch is a foul ball right off the knee of Rafael Marchand. Lou Trevino is getting warmed up. Hopefully he doesn't even have to come on in and that the Phillies can win. Simpson takes a breath, kicks, deals, and the pitch is inside. It is 2 balls, 2 strikes. We got 643 people riding with us. Hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. The 2-2 to Marchand. Swing and a miss. And we're going to go to the 11th inning. Still tied 5-5. And we got more free baseball coming up. Hernandez will lead it off when we return. But Castellanos ties it up. And Bohm also comes through with an RBI single. Again, should they have walked Kyle Schwarber is my question. Don't know. 19 more subs. Let's go. I thought it was over. I thought the game was done. Let's go. Let's go. 19 more, baby. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. We have 365 likes. Our most of all time is 390. It's 390. I think we can shatter that tonight. I really, really do. 390 is the most. We've never gotten over 400. Man. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. We need 16 more subs for us to get to 7,500 subscribers. So my question is, can we hit 400 likes and 7,500 subs? I think we can get there. I really, really do. After this, we got Diamond Zone, which is basically like NFL Red Zone. And that'll be fun. But we have a thriller of a baseball game going on in Philadelphia. So let's talk really quickly. Castellanos is now out in right field. Remember, Garrett Stubbs is still in. They got Kepler out in left. Okay, the ghost runner is Connor Norby. He's at second base. Lou Trevino is pitching. And Heriberto Hernandez comes up, and the pitch, it's lined off the back of Lou Trevino, and Bohm fields it on the ground, and Norby heads over to third. So they will go check up on Lou, and that's going to put runners on at the corners. That was a bad pitch thrown down the middle. I think it got him right on the right side of the back. Ouch. That's got to hurt. Dodgers do lead at 3-0 against Arizona. Rob is going out there along with the trainer to go check up on Trevino. 12 more, baby. 12 more subs. 12 more subs. 16 more likes. Let's go. Nicholas, thank you so much, man. Let's break our record and get the most likes. We have 505 people watching. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. All right, so Trevino will stay in the game. After this, we got Diamond Zone. Hopefully you guys will stay on for that to watch the rest of how the night ends in Major League Baseball. Getting a double play here will be big. Xavier Edwards is in the box, and the pitch that he takes is in there for a strike. The ball is 1 strike to Xavier Edwards. He's singled in the 9th. He's 1 for 4. Trevino gets set at the letters. He kicks, he deals. There's a fly ball hit out to right field. Casty's there. He'll make the sliding catch. The ghost runner will score from third, but a nice play by Nick. And he makes it just a 6-5 ball game with 1 out in the 11th. All right, so they got the run. But Casty caught it. Nice catch. Kepler, Wilson, and Stott are going to be up in the bottom of the 11th. Eric Wagaman is up. And the first pitch, swing and a miss. Just get a double play. End the inning here. And I feel good. No balls, 1 strike. And the 0-1 is high. And taken for ball 1. Harry, thank you so much for the sub. 8 more subscribers, baby. 8 more. 1 ball, 1 strike. Trevino kicks, deals. There's a fly ball hit out over towards shallow right field, over towards the line. Wilson can't get there. And instead, the at-bat will continue. He tried to slide. He actually called off Kemp and Castellanos, and it was just out of reach. Again, he doesn't have the most speed in the world. Will Travel Life, thank you so much for the sub. Chase T, thank you very much for the sub. William Moyer, thank you for the sub. Hopefully these aren't just bots. Thank you all so much. Wagaman with the 1-2 pitch. And it's a foul ball. Doug Bell with the sub. Thank you very much for that, too. Trevino's ERA is at a 3.97. He does have 33 strikeouts on the season. He's only given up 1 earned run in the month of September so far. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And there is out number 2. All right, let's go. Let's go. We're at 389. We got the 400. We just broke our record. Let's go. The pitch, and that's outside. We got it. Sorry about that. I do have to look at the stream deck, and I will do that tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 away, top of the 11th. To Griffin Cohenine. Just turned off YouTube. 1-1 pitch. There's a big swing and a miss. Cohenine is 1 for 4 in this ball game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We were in the 9th inning at 9 o'clock. We were in the top of the 9th, and Duran was in. 2 hours later, here we are in the top of the 11th. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout by Trevino again. And we're going to the bottom of the 11th. Let's go. More free baseball coming up. 2 more subs. 2 more. Let's go, chat. One more to go. 1 more to go. 1 more to go. Let's get going, man. Hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. My name is Jason Joseph, by the way. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. I go on for the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Eagles. But I also do Sunday Night Baseball. We'll be doing a lot of playoff baseball. So if you guys love baseball as much as I do, this is the right channel for you, because we, as the playoff hunt continues for the final week, we'll be covering more games, which is exciting. We got Diamond Zone after this Phillies game is done. And we will be covering the rest of baseball tonight. So that'll be cool. You don't even have to go anywhere. Once this game is done, all you got to do is stay on here, and then we'll have Diamond Zone up and ready to go. And I will see you all then, and I will see you all there. All right, it's time to go to the bottom of the 11th inning. We just got to 7,500. Thank you so much, guys. Really, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. We're trying to get to 10K by the end of the year. I still think that we can get more, but it's great. I really thank you all so much. I've been on YouTube now. This is going to be my 3rd year in December, and I went to school for broadcasting. Again, my name is Jason Joseph, and I went to Rowan University. I actually interned at NFL Films, and I graduated from Rowan University with a sports communication and media degree. I got to do some minor league baseball and G League basketball. But back to our program. Kepler is up. It's not the bottom of the 9th anymore. It's the bottom of the 11th, and the first pitch is outside and low for ball 1. Simpson is out there on the mound still. Kepler 1 for 4 with a double, back in the 2nd inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Marchand, he's the ghost runner at second. Here's the 1-0. That's down for ball 2. I can't hear you, chat. Let's go. Charge! Phillies are 3 for 12 today with runners in scoring position. The Marlins are 2 for 7. The 2-0 to Kepler, and that's in there for strike 1. That was a curveball. He took it on the upper tier of the zone. Two balls, 1 strike. Simpson looks back at second. Now back to the plate. The 2-1 pitch. There's a ground ball hit towards the right side. Marchand will go over to third. The throw to first is in time. It's a productive out, though. It's 6-5 with 1 out in the bottom of the 11th inning. And the tying run is over at third base. Okay. And now Wes Wilson is up. A deep fly ball ties the game back 6-6. Be even better if he gets on with an RBI double. Keep those subs coming. Let's get to 500 likes. First pitch to Wilson. That's in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Weston singled in the 4th, scored a run, stole a base. Simpson gets set above the belt. The 0-1 is way outside, almost got by Liam Hicks. And the count is 1 ball, 1 strike to Weston Wilson. Spread the word about us over on Reddit and over on social media if you have not done so. Again, we're on for a lot of Phillies games. The 1-1 to Wilson. And that's a foul ball tapped towards the third base side. Again, got to get a deep fly ball here. Just to keep the game going. 1-2 is the count. The pitch to Wilson, that's in the dirt for ball 2. Got to tell you, Liam Hicks has done an awesome job behind the plate, blocking these tough pitches. Some of them are wide. Some of them are just taking weird bounces in the dirt. Just keeping his chest on top of these balls. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 to Wilson, and that's low for ball 3. And the count is full. Stott is up next. He's 0 for 4. Another big pitch to Weston Wilson. And here it comes. And there's a ground ball hit over towards second base sharply, and the throw over to first is in time. And Marchand was wise, and he stays over at third, and the Phillies are down to their final out yet again. So they can't get a sac fly. Again, that was hit sharply just on the nose, right at the second baseman. They played him right on the infield grass, in between the 4-3 hole. And now it's up to Bryson Stott. First pitch to Stott, and that's outside for ball 1. One and 0 is the count to Bryson. Five seconds left on the pitch clock. Simpson kicks and fires, and Stott looks at the strike down the middle. A 4-hour, 47-minute stream. 1 ball, 1 strike to Stott. The next pitch is in there for strike 2, and the Phillies are down to their final strike yet again. It hit the upper third of the zone. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Simpson gets set, kicks, deals, and that's off the plate for ball 2. Keep those likes coming. And keep subbing it up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 2-2 is the count to start. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock and the 2-2 pitch, and Stott fouls it off and knifes it. Foul. He's 0 for 4. Nine seconds left on the pitch clock. Stott's 2-2 pitch. And there's a tapper hit towards the left side of the mound. Foucher has it, throws it over to first just in time, and the ball game is over. So the Phillies lose a heartbreaker to the Miami Marlins in extra innings by a final score of 6-5. They had a 3-0 lead going into the 8th inning, and the Marlins came back against the Phillies bullpen and win it in extra innings. See the throw again on that replay. It was definitely in time to get Bryson Stott out. And so the ball game is over. What an ending, really. What an ending. Just a disappointing loss for the Philadelphia Phillies. And on a night where, again, you take a look at what's going on off the screen and you see that the Padres have a 6-0 lead against the Brewers. You know, that number 1 seed is pretty much theirs now. Barring a miracle, really. So, the game-winning sac fly was the difference. It most certainly was. And the next telecast, the next cast that we'll do on here will be tomorrow night. Same time, same place. Just a rough one for the Phillies for sure. Really quickly, before I do sign off, okay? This one was tough. But ultimately, at the end of the day, let's just try to get that 2 seed. Again, that's all that matters to me. Getting the 2 seed is what matters. Getting the 1 seed would have been nice. But yes. There were some bad at-bats. I mean, we can talk about them. But I don't want to harp on it. I really don't. All right. I'm done. We're going to be on to Diamond Zone next, and I will see you all then and there in just about 35 seconds. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, and I'll be on, and we'll just get started with Diamond Zone. All right? Bye.